See if it's live yet. Oy vey. How do you figure this stuff out, folks? Well, hello, Heaven's Fire. How are you? Well, hello, Miss Evelyn. It's so good to see you. Hey, guess what? Welcome to the first live. How I did it, I have no clue. So I hope everybody is staying warm, and hopefully Heather has got me in her ears, so my loud, commanding voice does not wake anybody up, because I don't want to do that. I know. And Evelyn, that picture that you had posted earlier, that was amazing and beautiful. Hey, Peter, how are you, my friend? So if I can figure out, let's see, let's see. There's Evelyn and Heather, Peter. Okay. Saying hello to everyone. Ah, yeah. Well, that means I've got a bigger house, but I don't know how much bigger it is. I think it's like 1,500 square foot. But of course, my compadre, Miss Faith, is around the corner and all that. But welcome everyone. Um, since my buddy Trey was tired and overworked, underpaid, and and all that, I thought about doing a live, and then with a couple of support staff members. Basically, I was convinced to maybe try a live, and I finally said, you know what, I can't be scared of it. I got to get her done. I mean, maybe try a live, and I finally said, you know, monitor that. There we go. Turn that one down, and let's see. I want to go here to here and there and to there to there. All right, I got that one done. Miss Evelyn, type something. There you go. I got you a wrench. All right. So welcome to the wrench club, Miss Evelyn. You're now, if I can get Miss Lori to figure out, I sent her a YouTube thing, and so I don't know if she has seen it yet. But if I can get Miss Lori on here, the night shift will be all set and ready to go. Scorpion Metals, hello, my brother. It's so good to see you. Yes, we have something in common. If you don't know, Scorpion Metals, we're both veterans. And thank you for everything that you do, by the way, my friend. Let's see. I'm slowing down on the chats. I learned how to do that, so that's good. So figure out. So Heaven's Fire, do I stay on this StreamYard, or do I click over here to the YouTube side, or do I just stay on the StreamYard side? Dink and Tank? Did I miss Dink and Tank? Let's see. Uh-oh, Miss Rebecca's here. Hi, Miss Rebecca. I sure did miss Dink and Tank. And by the way, Dink and Tank, I did get the package, and I've just been I've been retiring, relaxing a lot, or as I call it. And I need to make a video of that and then another video, but I haven't done it. But here I am doing a live, so wow, we're off and running on the first live. I hope y'all are driving safe and all that. And thank y'all both, Dink and Tank. Let's see. Everybody's saying hello to one another, which is awesome. So, if y'all have any suggestions to help this old gray-headed man figure out how to do this, please, you can type it in the comments. And because as far as trying to get somebody to join, I don't know if somebody can tell me how to do that. I'll put a link up. I'll be happy to. So maybe we can chit chat and make it easier that way. I have yet to figure invite. I guess it would be the invite button, maybe. Copy. Okay. And paste. See if that works. I wonder if that worked. Apparently it did. I guess that's the right one. Hi, Faith. You trying to help and give me support? Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it, my Faye. Hello, my partner, Miss Lori. I hope to now pin it. Okay, pin it. All right. So how do I pin it, Miss? Oh, I see Miss Rebecca. Hi.
Hi.
How are you, dear?
I'm doing great.
I saw you earlier, and because I was like, twiddling thumbs, and oh my gosh, Trey's not here. And then when he called me, because the fact that he felt that I needed some Trey in my life, which the three dots.
Everybody got to watch me make a scrubby.
Ah, so that's what you were making.
Yes.
Let's see.
As you can see, my boxes are sitting here. I was talking to in the after hours. Once you end your live, you don't leave. You stay there. When you end this live, you click on it, you end it. And people that are up on your panel, you can still talk to them and not have to think about what you're saying.
Oh, unfortunately, my mouth engages without up here, I have to knock on wood a lot, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, Jane Doe was bred at Butt Nuggets.
I think I came in when
he was not being very good.
Oh dear.
And Jane Doe was deleting his messages. Like, behave yourself, Brett.
I mean, you can have fun. You don't have to be rude. And that's one of the things that I'm a firm believer in, and all that. Heather, is the three dots on because I don't see it on StreamYard. Oh, unless it's up here by where my channel mark. Nope, that's customize and control Google Chrome. Ask Rebecca how to pin it. Okay, Miss Rebecca, how do I pin the...
Okay, do you have YouTube popped out?
I have YouTube down here in my tray, so to speak, on my laptop.
Okay, let me give you a little education. What you can do is, I don't know on yours if it's at the top or the bottom, but you have a box that you can, instead of having, you see how I'm moving this over. There's a box at the top where you click out. Next to it is a box with a box, two boxes together.
On YouTube, right?
No, on your computer.
A box.
Are you on your computer?
I'm on laptop. Yes, ma'am.
You're on a laptop. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to go over to your channel.
Okay.
I'm going to re-enlarge this again. At the top, I have to bring this back down. You've got where it says top chat, and you have live chat. Over to the right, there is these three dots that you click on that, and you pop chat out.
Well, I've got private chat, style, media, assets, banners, comments, which comments is highlighted. This is on StreamYard's
Hold on here. I'm going to get back over here.
In the chat box.
Okay.
I see the three.
You have to go over to your.
Oh, I see.
You have to open another tab.
I think let me find there it is.
You have to basically at the top, on your toolbar, if it's at the bottom, you have to go over to your YouTube.
Oh, over to
you click on your YouTube. Have you got it muted?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay, go over to your YouTube.
Okay.
Click on your YouTube.
All right, and so there's the top chat and there's the 3 dots.
Correct. Over to the right is those 3 dots. Click on those 3 dots.
Okay, did that.
Now, do you see where it says pop out chat?
Yes, ma'am.
Click on pop out chat.
Okay, new window's coming up. I've got a little small new window that popped up. What do I do?
Okay. What I end up doing is I take that cursor that moves it over all the way to the right.
All the way over to the right. Okay.
And then bring the other side all the way over to the right. So what you're going to have is and I can take a picture of this and I can show you what I've done. Okay. Let me get to my camera.
Smile.
I'm going to turn this around. Well, it's here. And you're going to be able to see what I've done here. Now I'm going to click on that picture on my phone. Take a look here. Do you see I have StreamYard and YouTube? This one popped out? I have 2 popped out.
You got 2 popped out. So did you minimize the YouTube one?
I minimized StreamYard. At the top where the X is, there's these 2 squares that are over each other. Click on that one and move it over.
Okay.
And you'll have both YouTube, which you get instant, and then it will take a little bit for it to come over to StreamYard. I know what I'm going to do here. Let me see here.
I think I've got.
I'm going to turn my brightness down on my phone so you can see this better. This is what it's going to look like.
Okay, I've got another window. Well, I've got too many windows open. A small.
So basically, when you get into, because I came up on your live, usually when I'm doing this on my own channel, simply, hi, Jan. Teaching him how to pop out YouTube on his computer. And basically what you're doing is you have 2 chats side by side. You have the YouTube over, put it to the right. And then you have StreamYard that you click on that square at the top and you move it over. So you have them side by side.
Well, I've got.
Do you see StreamYard up there? It says YouTube.
Well, can I close? I don't close out the YouTube top chat, correct?
No, you click on top chat and go to live chat.
Click on top chat. Where the heck is live chat? Timestamps. Oh, my Lord, have mercy upon my soul. Bless me, Lord. Oh, dear.
And then what you end up doing is you can go back through.
Hang on just a second, Miss Rebecca. I'm going to take a picture of what I've got.
Okay.
And where I'm at. Camera. I probably need to brighten it up. That's going to get too many. So I've got all of this. I've got the top chat that's over here in the top right corner.
Okay.
It's probably a 4x6 size. Below it, I've got the YouTube. Now, or is that YouTube or is that StreamYard? No, That's StreamYard. Okay, so that's YouTube. That's down here, and then here in front, over here to the left is StreamYards.
Okay. Well, you know where you can change from top chat to live chat?
No,
You click
ma'am.
that. You click that up at the top, and it says top chat, and then it says underneath it. You click on the top chat.
Well, okay, I see the arrow.
And then you bring the arrow down, and you're on a live chat. Now, this is what I wanted to let you know is where you have that StreamYard link.
Yes, ma'am.
There is 3 dots.
Yeah, that's what I had clicked on originally and got to the top chat, I think.
Okay. So in YouTube, if you've got your YouTube chat popped out, there's 3 dots to the right. You click on those 3 dots and you can pin that to the top. It will say pin that to the top. I can't do that for you because I'm not your administrator.
All right. Well, I'm getting ready to fix something here.
Okay.
Let me go down here. And
Lori, I can't pin his link because I have to be an administrator on his channel.
Evelyn. There's Heaven's Fire. Nope, I gotta go over here to the 3 dots. Remove. Okay. I want to change it. Okay.
So once you find that StreamYard link, is just go to those 3 dots and click on it.
Okay, Heaven's Fire, you're managing Zoomahiggy thing. I don't know how many managing people I can let manage, but I figured maybe she.
See what I got?
Oh boy, you got a compadre. And hello, Simply Jan. I'm sorry, I was busy, knee deep, and getting confused with all this stuff.
There's Avid.
Oh, Avid. Hi, brother.
And Hiking with Jackie Boy. Hi, Kevin.
Say hi. How's Kevin tonight? Let's see. I'm about ready to go back to the what I had because I was doing good for what I had. Now I'm all confused. Oh dear.
Well, what it ends up doing is once you have the StreamYard, or not StreamYard, but YouTube chat popped out, because that's where you ended up putting that link. And you're able, once you find that link, unless you put it in again, sometimes people just keep, putting in that link. And on your YouTube side, not StreamYard, but on your YouTube side, you can click on those 3 dots.
All right, Rebecca, you're in. So now you should be able to, you're not a standard, but the other one, managing. So maybe
all it lets me do is go to channel, report, and block. That's all it lets me do. Okay, there's the mod.
Well, I thought it would let you come in because of the fact that to figure out what how I've got this darn burned screen. Okay, so I'm going to do this. If I close out this live chat on the YouTube thing, I'm trying to get back to where it was just normally, where I had the comments, because my brain is not clicking on all this.
Okay.
So I'm going to try that. And YouTube is there. It can be minimized. That's bigger. Okay, so I'm going to leave it like it is for right now, because I can see here and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and all that. So what does this do? Split. Oh, I see. Okay, so that's how you change. Let me see. Yeah, okay. That's how you change that. Okay. That does that. Okay. So banner.
And you can also, I can't do it, of course, but you can also move people. You click on their picture and you can move them over. See?
Okay. Well, I'm a firm believer in ladies first, and so because I'm second. I'm always second and all that.
Hello, Miss Gigi. She's up here on the desk now.
Oh, wait, there's a cat over here. She's
There-
like, oh, what?
Chris, there is one thing that's important when you
Yes,
go
ma'am.
live on StreamYard. When you go on StreamYard, is having someone that you trust to be your administrator on
that's what the
on
money-
YouTube,
Yes.
YouTube and StreamYard. And what that person's able to do, who I had was Devil Dog. He
Right.
had control. He could do things on my channel, be able to go live. He could do that. You know, so it's someone that you trust, that if you get kicked out of your StreamYard, you know, where your computer shuts down, whatever, that person's able to come in and turn your live off.
Oh,
Who I have right now is Butler Family Farm. You know, he will be able to go into my StreamYard. Nancy can go into my YouTube and shut it down. You know, if something were to happen, like there was one time on my third live, our internet went down. I had to come up on my phone. And because Des, a Peaceful Des, she taught me that day how to pin that link at the top. And I was able to click on that link and come back into my own live. Devil Dog had to bring me up, but having someone on that backside that can come in and say, hey, you know, be able to bring you back up on your own live. That was really strange because we're sitting there and all of a sudden, boop, I was gone. So I started texting Des and letting her know that our internet went down.
So like when my internet goes down.
Yes. Having someone that is your administrator on your channel
All right.
is such a good thing.
Where do you go to find that? Is that
you have to go to your YouTube studio, and
Okay.
you send that. There's other people that know better than I do. You go to your YouTube studio and you make them the administrator on your channel.
Ah,
That's what. Yeah, it's I think Avid, he says, never was a mod in here. Yeah, basically in my channel, you know, it's people that support me that I make moderators, people that I know that I make moderators. And there's only certain people that I make managing mods.
okay.
There's cat going crazy. But yeah, if any, you know, managing mods can manage your other mods, you know, so it's people that you, like I was saying, Chris, it's people that you trust. Yeah, Lori prepping for heaven. Yeah, you could ask Trey, you know,
Yeah.
someone that you trust, you know. Because
Well,
right now I have Nancy on my YouTube, and I have Jerry Butler Family Farm on my StreamYard. You know, so Nancy could call or message Jerry or someone that knows Jerry, say, hey, Rebecca's been kicked out, you know, come over here and shut down StreamYard for her. I used to have, you know, Devil Dog, but he's been busy and things like that.
yeah, he's been swamped, but I mean, I'm new to him, and he doesn't really know me and all that. I mean, so
yeah, Simply Jan is a lot of she's also a lot of moderators. She is one of my not my administrator, but my administrating mod. You know, one that's a little bit higher.
right.
You know, that's only through, you know, with YouTube. She She's a trustworthy person. She certainly is.
Well, see, that's what I was clicking on. I was playing with over here off of YouTube. I was trying to because I was wanting to. I need to find somebody here. Let me look at Simply Jan.
But yeah, I made her a managing mod.
And all because I was trying to find out because I was under the assumption because I didn't read it. Typical man. Go ahead, everybody can laugh. I didn't know the difference. I thought a managing mod would be able to come in and do everything and da. But here it says can manage blocked words and change chat modes in live, and also has capabilities of standard moderators.
Yes.
So, but anyhow, whereas a standard moderator can just review and remove chat messages and hide or put users in timeout. So.
She now put it in large print. I will mod for you, Chris.
Okay.
Trust me. You can trust Jan.
Oh, I do. I love her cooking recipes and everything, and because the simple fact that, me, myself, and Irene, as I always say, I cook, but I have to make extra for Faith, and because I spoil my dog like crazy.
Even Evelyn's saying you can trust Jan.
Well, I mean, I've talked with Evelyn. I've talked with Heather. A lot. Hey, Bowen. Hi, brother.
Yes, Bowen's here.
And it's so good to see you, my brother. But I figured, as long as I don't, because in police work, when we went from writing reports like I started out with to going into computers and typing reports on a computer, I was one of those that was famous for crashing computers. So, yeah, and then, of course, I learned that my best friend was Microsoft Word, because I'd write my reports there, and if I crashed the computer, at least I could save my work and I wouldn't have to redo it all.
Yeah, it's like Jen says, I'm a Smurf now.
No,
she does that every time when she gets a wrench.
Who's texting?
Yeah, yeah. There's Bowen, and but yes, it's been great. But yeah, Nancy and I go live Monday nights at 8:30 to 9:30. We went over a little bit, but it turned out really great for the live I had, and next week it'll be on her channel. We go back and forth, between hers and mine.
Well, hopefully everyone is staying warm, because it's 12 degrees here where I'm at. And yeah. Let's see. I got to look and see so that she doesn't have to get up.
Well, take a look at mine. Mine's at 10.
Oh, well, there's Heather's.
Oh.
And I'd have to see if I can. I don't know if I saved it. As we said in the earlier this morning, here's Worcestershire. And I know Miss Lori's probably going, that's not how you say it. I'm from South. I'm from the Southern. I'm sorry, Miss Lori. Forgive me.
Yeah. So I guess, Jan, you're making it 11 when it's just 10:55, but it's close enough to 11 to call it 11.
So there you go, Miss Lori. I still got it. That's
whose t-shirt I'm wearing tonight.
That's a tradition. Why is the light?
Huh?
Oh, the light. I was on my screen. It was the light above was like casting a shadow. So I'm going to see if I can try something here. Sticky note. Yeah, that might be a little better. Knock some of the glare down.
No, it's 11 degrees. I'm now at 10. 10 degrees.
Yes, I thought I learned better too, Miss Lori. But you know me. And let's see. I don't know if I remember.
I have Johnny's shirt on right now. Oh, okay. He's got Gillum Farms.
I'm just wearing trust me, I've got too many t-shirts, but I'm the type of person that has to have a pocket t-shirt because I'm constantly doing this with my phone. But then if I put my phone in my pocket shirt, then it pulls down the t-shirt. And I'm like, I don't want to be doing that.
Yeah, Heaven's Fire Scene, you might want to post that link again if someone else wants to come up here with us.
Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. I've got to go over here, I think. Hello. There it is. Scroll up here. I'm working on it, gang. Bear with me. Okay. Aha, there it is. And copy link. And then El Pasto. Right? Or do I put it over here? Try here. Oh, Lord have mercy. I don't think. Is that where I pasted it? See, I've already forgotten.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, scroll down. Oh,
no, that's redirect.
Okay. It's time to hit the bottom.
That's not the right one.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I looked at it and okay. Where did I go to get the link?
I know the other ones. I think the other one's still up there, maybe.
Yes, ma'am. Let me.
Yeah, it is. It's at 1032 and it's below Heartland HQ with Dink and Tank.
Dink and Tank.
Yeah, it's at 1032 up here.
Okay, so I need to take that, remove. And that one was a long one, right? So I'm going to remove that one. Yes, Faith. I know. I appreciate your support. How did I do that earlier, Faith? Let's see, comments, no.
You click on trying to think.
No.
I know how to do it when I'm in there.
I know how to do it when I'm on somebody else's live. So I'm going to try that. Copy link.
I think it's not present.
Let me try this and see if did it work that time. Yes,
there it is.
Okay, there it is.
No, that's your link to your channel.
Oh dear. Yep. Rats. Rumpelstiltskin.
You got to go on your StreamYard down at the bottom.
Right.
It has that where you can invite. It's invite.
Invite. There it is.
Is it invite?
Yes, ma'am. Copy.
Okay. And then put it in the YouTube chat. Not in the StreamYard chat, but in the YouTube chat.
Ding.
There it is. You did it.
Oh, yeah. I need to be videotaping myself how I do this so I can go back. How did you do that?
Now can you go on your YouTube and click on those three dots and pin that message? In the chat, you're going to find that link with three dots. Click on it. I can't do it for you.
Okay.
Besides your StreamYard thing, and click on those three dots, and you've done it.
Oy vey.
You just did it.
I'm glad I took my blood pressure medicine.
Now make sure there is one thing that you need to do is make sure that the people show themselves down in your basement and you know them.
Yes.
So that, and I'll bring you something up here that we shouldn't see. Yahoo! He did it.
Let's see. There we go.
It makes it nice. Yes, and you can do that with your.
Yeah, I've got that figured out, and then like I said, I got that figured out and this figured out, and I figured out somehow to do the live bit. But anyway, cavity search. Yeah,
Look who I've got back there.
Yeah, he was doing like oy vey. Faith, you need to go outside again.
If not all of you know who that is my brother Ronald.
Hi, Ronald.
Hi.
That's Chris. That's Chris.
Welcome to my first live.
Yes, that is. He is. People think he's younger than me. No, he's not. He's 3 years older than me. It's one of my siblings.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Good night, Bowen. Bowen's got to go to. He says he's got to go.
All
to
right.
bed.
Well,
thank you for
Bowen,
coming.
For coming in. I thought I clicked on it, but I didn't. There it is.
I know Heaven's Fire 18, but I don't know their name.
Heather.
Okay. Another Heather to add to my growing Heather friends.
Okay.
There's lots of them.
Well, I know 2 Heathers. There's Heather, Heaven's Fire, and then there's Heather Langston.
Milk and Honey, Heritage Farms.
No, I didn't know she goes by Heather. It's by her name, Heather Langston. SKON.
Langston, yes. Well, there's also there's a lot of Heathers. Oh, yes, there is.
Now I see what Trey is talking about, how chat can zippy-doo-dah, and because I'm looking something over here and I haven't brought people's comments up, so trying to stay on top of that.
The only thing is when you keep these up, the people at the bottom, they can't see whose channel is up here.
Right. So how do I click? Do I just no?
You just click off of it.
Oh, there it is. Hide. Okay, like that.
Like that.
Okay.
You can even change the color of these in your StreamYard Studio.
Oh.
You know, it makes it really nice if you want to go away from the blue and
StreamYard. There's a StreamYard Studio and there's a YouTube Studio, are 2 different things, correct?
Yes, it's basically when you first go into StreamYard, you have this one where it says banners and
right,
where you can change things there. You can do a ticker banner at the bottom.
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, oh boy.
Different things like that. And there's also a on your side, there's also a button where you can have that picture that sometimes people put up that is of that piano. You know, like a green screen or blurred out, you know, and all that kind of stuff.
Did I do it?
Good night, Bowen.
Oh, I thought I did.
Oh,
there. That's how you do that.
Yes.
Okay.
You can also, you know, like if you're doing a giveaway or something like that, you can put your email across there.
Right.
It's just kind of learning all these different things that you can do. And the thing that's really nice is if you want to talk to someone privately,
Go to the private.
with this live, you can go into an old and send that link to someone in an email, and they can come in and you guys can talk in the background.
Huh. I thought the private, is that private chat?
No,
That's-
private chat is for us here, that we can talk back here where people don't see what we're saying. See, that's what it
Okay.
does.
All right. Okay.
I'll come back over here, come back to comments. The thing that makes it really nice of having the YouTube popped out. And now Nancy's here. That's our treasured home.
Oh,
Good
hi,
night,
Jen.
everyone.
Good
Greatly-
night.
You know, she's the lady that we go live together on Monday nights at 8:30 my time, which I'm Central, and she's 9:30 Eastern time.
Ah,
Good night, Nancy. We had kind of taken a break during December, you know, so we could have Christmas time with our family and get some things done. Thank you, Heather, for putting our treasured home link up in there. I don't know when she'll be scheduling her live for next Monday. I've already got my next one the week after hers, and I'm trying to get that blanket finished for
well, you had what, 18 to go yesterday?
no, I'm starting on the blue now, and there's 18 rows of that one, and then 18 rows of the orange. Yeah. So I just started on the blue tonight.
Hello, Ace. And
Hi,
yes,
Ace.
yes, the delivery might be more than 30 minutes, Ace.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Thank you, Heather.
So, oh my goodness. I'm just sitting here trying to look at all these different buttons and everything and style. Bubble? That's
It's
classic.
been a long time.
Oh, okay.
Long day for me, and I need to hit the sack. I'm so happy I caught your first live. Yes, it is absolutely great having your first live. The thing is that I wanted to go live on my birthday. Well, because I hadn't attached StreamYard to my YouTube, I had to do it the day after my birthday on my first live.
Well, I guess then I'm ahead of the curve because
You are.
this is
Good night.
6,
Good night, Jan.
20. So in 19 days, I'm 19 days ahead of my birthday then.
Oh,
Good night, Miss Jan. Hugs and love and bless you. Thank you, Ace.
This is his very first live. It's like I after my live, I was back there talking to Nancy in the after hours, as we call it.
Oh.
And it was kind of like, okay, I went to my phone to see if Trey was live, and he wasn't. And I'm like, Okay. I guess something was happening that he couldn't go live
American
tonight or whatever's going on.
virtual background. Got it. Let's try.
I don't think I have any water in here. Nope. See?
Wow, my head. I like it. There's like a shadow. It's like I've got more hair up here. Okay, we're gonna go back.
Just gotta play with it,
What is this one? Oh yeah. Would somebody like to hear the ivories played? I don't know. That's what I'm wanting is a wood fireplace. Yeah, there we go. Oh boy. I have a green screen. No, I do not. I'm gonna go back to this. Okay, so that's how you do
Then there's the one that fuzzes out everything behind you.
Oh.
Says blurry.
Oh wow. Yeah, well. No.
Yeah.
No.
So.
Because I've seen on another channel, the Orlando Prepper, who I follow, he always has all these neat green screen pictures, and I'm like, oh, hey, welcome back, Miss Evelyn. And so I've always wondered how he did that. Now I kind of understand. Now I understand how he did that or does that.
I'm gonna move these things.
Let's see.
I wanted to show you something that my brother bought. This is a green screen that's in his bag that fits on your chair.
That sits on your chair?
It goes on the back of your chair. And it's kind of oval. That sometimes I will put that on.
Ta-da.
Whoa.
How's that?
Looks good.
If I move out of the way, but anyhow, okay. So that got saved. Okay, so that's how you do that. Okay. That was the nose art off the B-17 plane that I was supposed to fly on before it crashed.
So you were in the Air Force?
No, ma'am. I was in the Coast Guard.
You were in the Coast Guard.
But what I should have done is join the Air Force because I grew up in, if you know what's called the Fort Worth Dallas Metroplex. Well, yeah. I lived in Fort Worth, and there was a place that was Air Force Base. It was called Carswell Air Force Base. And where they filmed one of Jimmy Stewart's greatest movies, which was Strategic Air Command at. And I'm a Jimmy Stewart fan. But sometimes I talk like him because this overloads this and this doesn't overload that. So anyhow, I'm one of the type of people that I grew up in the wrong era. I should have grown up in World War II because I have a real big thing about the history, and I loved how the people were, with the exceptions of one particular thing. I feel like there shouldn't have been segregation. That's another story. But everybody should treat people as people, and we all should get along. But if you could see, you have your thing is crocheting and knitting. Well, yes. Above my head, and I don't know if I can reach.
Yeah, I've seen them. You've got airplanes.
All of it's pretty much most of them are World War II planes. The ones above my head are the ones closest to me because they're the B-17 Flying Fortress. The Memphis Belle, which is everybody pretty much, you say, what plane is that? And you go, well, the Memphis Belle. And everybody goes, oh, okay, I've seen at least one picture or know about it or type thing like that. So anyway, on the reason why it's Texas Raider 1122 is because of the fact that on November 12th, 2022, that aircraft, Texas Raiders with an S, was at Dallas Executive Airport, and which is kind of southwest of Dallas, and they were having they used to be known as the Confederate Air Force, but they had to change it from the Confederate, and they changed it to Commemorative Air Force. And so anyway, the plane was there that particular day, and was that you could ride on it and all this stuff. Well, the 11/13 of 2022, yours truly was supposed to go on and fly on it, and I had chosen a bombardier seat because I couldn't get to the pilot seat because they just didn't know me, but I would have loved to have had just 5 minutes flying the plane. That would have been the ultimate bucket list for me. And so, long story short, another plane was in formation. It had a blind spot in that particular plane, and the two planes came, and nobody survived.
Oh.
And and when I heard about it, it was just like I didn't know what I was lost. And I'm on Facebook. They have a memorial page and all this for people like yours truly. It's like I was devastated, and so in memory of the crews, the flight crews, and all of that, when I came up with the name Texas Raider 11/22 was named after, in my way of being, memorial for that day. So that's the story of that.
I had completely forgot about that, but I remember it now.
Yes, ma'am. Every now and then
when that happened
on my Facebook page, every now and then I repost photos of the plane and all that, and I'm just because of the fact that it still weighs heavy on my mind, and it's one of the things that I love flying. I'm what you call a barnstormer. I know how to fly. I do not have a pilot's license because way back when, trying to get a pilot's license was expensive. Now it's extremely expensive, and I'm just a wee bit old. So anyhow, from there, it's I haven't done it, but the last time I flew was a Beechcraft Bonanza, which is a general aviation aircraft, a civilian aircraft. Last time I flew in a military aircraft was an F-4 Phantom out of Bergstrom Air Force Base, where I rode in the Rio seat or behind the pilot, and we took off and went straight vertical, and loved it.
Karma just came in.
Oh my goodness. Hello, Miss Karma. I'm sorry, I'm sitting there chit-chatting around and not paying attention. Yeah, definitely, Heather. It made me look like I had an afro. I was living back in the 70s, But back in the 70s, as you saw last night or early this morning, I had long hair. But that's when my parents owned a nightclub. So it was in then. So if you're asking how I am, Miss Karma, well, my heart's probably racing a tad bit. It's slowed down a little bit because trying to do this for the first time is oy vey. If you can understand that.
Can you guys hear what my brother's doing?
No.
He's getting the dog food containers ready the night before.
Oh, wow. That's why the cat is watching with intense.
Yes.
Like, hey, can I help you with that?
So she can't hear it, but Yeah, he's dishing out the dog food.
All
So,
right,
yeah.
a funny side note. I guess the reason why I have a relationship with a lot of dogs, and not with a lot of people, is maybe because when I was a kid, I don't remember who it was. It was grandfather's house or my parents' house, but there was a big huge bag of dog food. Purina dog chow is what it was. Well, I was a kid. Yes, I used to go over there and get a handful of dog food and I'd eat it. So maybe that's
Didn't we all do that as kids?
Maybe that's why I'm also parrying. Who knows?
But yeah, he's getting their breakfast ready, and there'll be times that sometimes I'll come up here and get the dogs fed, get them outside so they can do their business, and it's really cold out there.
Yeah, the back porch, because my house is on pier and beam. I've got concrete steps that go down, and the steps, the first, the platform, I guess you could call it, is iced over, and I need to get some rock salt, or because I thought about using table salt. I just didn't. I figured that'd be that'd take a lot more to at least break up the ice, so that when Faith, being the younger dog that she is, doesn't slip and hurt herself. All right, sweet tea is done. Yes, I've got my Paul Case cup here.
Oh, you do.
You see his logo, right?
Yeah, yes. I think to get one of Paul Case's cup, you have to go to where Paul Case is.
Well, I'm not as close to him. I think I'm 3 or 4 hours away from him. And as Heather told me, I am 14 hours from her. Unless Miss Lori sends me her private jet to come pick me up. I hear it's really pretty inside that plane.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she just, oh boy. I open mouth. Here we go. Hello, sweetness.
Hi, Lori.
Oh, hello.
Okay, so are we going to hug, or are you going to forgive me, Miss Lori? Because I love
because you can't say Worcestershire.
Yeah, I know. I'm begging for forgiveness.
The reason I know how to say it is because the closest city to me in Massachusetts is Worcester. And it's spelled Worcester.
I can say aluminum.
Do you know what the UK says for aluminum?
No, ma'am.
Aluminium.
Oh, Lord.
That's not, it's aluminum.
It doesn't even have any of those letters in it.
Well, that's like when I was in New York City, or in Manhattan, I should say. Now, why did that do that? Anyway, not shuttle. Oh gosh, not freight cars. Subway driver. The subway driver. There's a place there in Lower Manhattan that is, and he said, how they call out the street names and all out for what, Saskatchewan or whatever. Well, he came up and he got on the loudspeaker and said, all out for Houston Street. And I said, Houston? Of course, yes. I had my cowboy boots on. I had my cowboy hat on. I went up to that driver's door. Bam, 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 bam. That's Houston, not just Houston. That's Houston Street, because of Houston, Texas. So, but yeah.
That's pretty.
We've got some roads. We've got some roads here in where I live in Columbia that on the Garmin it says Van Diver. yes, that is how you phonetically pronounce it, but it's someone's name, so it's Vandiver. We don't say
Oh.
Van Diver, we say Vandiver. And then there was this one time that, I had the Garmin on, and it basically said I was going to, we pronounce it as Gerbs, but on that Garmin, it pronounces it as Gerbs.
Well, I am 6 hours away from Columbia by driving in a car.
6? Wow.
Because if you imagine there's Oklahoma City here, and if you go further north, and then you kind of go just a tad east, I'm over by Ponca City, Oklahoma.
Oh, okay.
So I'm basically, my county is the last county in Oklahoma before you hit the Kansas-Oklahoma border. Excuse me.
When I came to Lake Tenkiller the first time in 2023, is I came down Highway 63. Now I don't remember all the turns, but I did go into the state next to it to get to Tenkiller. I think it was
Kansas,
Was it Arkansas?
Arkansas. It was Arkansas. Yes.
Okay.
Arkansas.
Yeah,
Did
it
you
was
hear any
Arkansas.
banjos?
No, I didn't.
If you hear
Nope.
banjos, you need to run. What movie is
okay.
that? What movie is that from, Miss Lori?
That is from Deliverance.
Said the voice in the background.
Burt Reynolds. Yeah, that was my son.
Way to go. He knows his movies. Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Burt Reynolds.
Yeah. All the
Yeah, that was
back in the
that was
day.
a creepy movie.
All the women were going, Burt Reynolds, oh, Burt Reynolds.
I know.
I thought
And that movie.
I really thought him and Sally Fields were going to get married in real life. I really did. And it was sad that
I
they
did
didn't.
too. Yeah, they didn't do it.
No, which is probably a good thing, because to me, Sally Fields was, she was wholesome. She was like the girl next door. She was a sweetheart, whereas Burt Reynolds was a player.
Yeah,
In
absolutely.
my opinion, ladies and gentlemen, my opinion.
That's the image he definitely portrayed. I don't know if he really was. I think he probably was.
I think in the later years he was hung on himself, meaning by he was thinking that he was, the hottest brand going and things like this, and he could get anything and anybody he wanted and type things. But now that he's older and all that jazz, he still talks about Smokey and the Bandit, and my favorite character in that whole movie, Smokey and the Bandit, was Jerry Reed.
Yes, me too.
Him and Fred, that Basset Hound that was in there.
Yes.
It cracks me up.
Yep.
Him talking to the dog like I talk to Faith all the time, and because when I take Faith in my pickup truck and we go driving around, I'll say, and Faith likes to get up on the edge of her window and look out. And if I know I see a bump or whatever, I say, hold on, Faith, usually she'll get down and then, or whatever. But
what was the movie that said Right Turn Clyde was the orangutan?
Which Way But Loose.
Yeah.
And I love that grandma in there.
I did too.
She cracked me up with, she always was, saying things under her breath, and I won't repeat them because they're not bad. Well, that, yeah. That damn monkey or.
There's one thing I can't figure out in StreamYard or in Restream is how to turn down the volume of the speakers, because it doesn't do any good to do it in YouTube because it doesn't affect StreamYard.
Isn't it under settings, under audio?
I don't know.
It probably is.
I
Reduce
looked under
background
there.
noise?
Yes, you go to settings. You
Yeah.
click on settings down below.
Yeah.
Click on that, and it has camera, audio, visual background, and hotkeys. You click on the audio then.
Wait a minute.
So go to settings down at the bottom. You have mute. You have stop cam, and then you have settings. Click on that gear wheel on your side.
Yeah. It's open.
Okay, click on that. Do you see where it says audio?
I see where it says audio.
Okay, click on audio.
Okay. It says microphone, and it shows
There's a
what my
at
microphone
the
is.
bottom. I have echo cancellation on and reduce mic background noise. I have
Echo
both of those clicked,
cancellation.
and then it has microphone volume down at the bottom. Now there is a box that you can click, automatically adjust mic volume.
Yeah. I have that clicked.
I usually use the bar instead.
Okay. So
I unclick that box, and you're able to scroll that across to move it to where you want it to be.
You have to remember
Right.
she doesn't know what a bar is because she's only 19.
Okay.
Yeah. But see, that's going to adjust my microphone.
Correct.
I'm trying to change the volume on the laptop when I'm in
that would be at
StreamYard.
your bottom of your toolbar or at the top. Mine's at the bottom.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Where the heck is that? Where's my...
Over by the whatchamacallit next to the Doomahickey.
Yeah, I'm sure it's in there somewhere.
On the bottom of my computer, I have a thing that I can hear, but I have my TV on. You see the light that you're seeing here? My TV's on, and that's where I get my sound from. Is on my 32-inch screen TV, and I can bring that up, but the level that it's at, I can hear just fine what you guys are saying.
Yeah.
Well, am I too far away from? See, I'm using the microphone that's on the laptop. Is this okay?
Your volumes are all okay. It's just that my overall volume, I'm trying to... Is that it up there? No, that's not it.
All right.
There's
Well, I'll be right back.
up there. I'm afraid to touch it. I don't know if I... Maybe I need to find it on my...
Okay,
let me...
There's at the bottom of mine, of the toolbar, there is this arrow that's up. And it has different icons on there, and it has a thing that says speaker. I've got mine at 50%.
I think I found it. For some reason I don't see it on my laptop, but I see it over on my other monitor. The volume mixer. I found it. Now I don't know if I turned it all the way down too far or what. Say something, Rebecca.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, that's good.
Okay. So there it is. That should do it. I couldn't figure out how to turn it down
Oh, okay.
because I can't find anything on my laptop that shows any controls for volume or anything like that, which is kind of weird, but that's okay. I finally figured it out. I had to turn it down on the computer itself but it's only showing over there. It's not showing on this monitor
Oh,
on the
okay.
laptop. So, okay. Now the volume's better. Trying to turn it down so I
Mike,
don't bother
as
everybody
you can
else.
see this here, this is my microphone.
Oh, that's a nice mic.
Uh,
I have
the
the built-in.
Backwoods Misfit gave me this mic. It's a really nice one.
Yeah, that is a nice mic. All I have is my camera on my laptop and the built-in microphone.
He stepped away for a moment. Are you in the basement? He'll be back.
Hello, Paul.
Yeah, Paul just came in. Too bad we can't get him up here. Because we're not his administrator.
Yeah.
No, he's in bed. Okay.
Well,
on the keyboard, yes. But yes, he'll be back here, I'm hoping.
Yeah, he should be back soon. He's out walking the dog, I think.
Oh, okay.
Most likely. Because that's
whose,
every now
you know
and
whose
then
t-shirt
thing.
this is, don't you?
I'm sorry?
Do you know whose t-shirt this is? It's Mrs. Gillum Farms. Christine. Yes.
Yes. I accidentally pulled a Paul Case last night. Yeah. Paul, you've been teaching people those escape artist
Chris
things.
comes back, tell him I want his name.
Want him to name my white cow.
Now, good night. Okay. So, okay, we'll tell him. Name his white cow. We will do that, Paul.
Moonshine. That's a good name for a white cow, right? There he is. He's back.
Paul Case
Okay.
Farms came in here. I don't know if he's still here, but he says when Chris comes back, tell him I want him to name my white cow.
Yes, I saw that. I did.
Okay.
I did see that.
I said he should name it Moonshine.
Huh.
Tucked by.
But I don't know if that would go good with for Mr. Paul Case, since he being a man of God. So
there's and with him saying cow, it means it's a female. Because they're all cows, but there's the bulls, there's the heifers, there's the
yearlings. Or
yearlings.
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 Good night, Tuck. Sorry I missed you.
Good night, Tuck.
But I was thinking when he did his short, when he was out feeding them, and he was sitting there saying, dropping my name and name channel, which thank you, Mr. Paul Case. He says that white one I need you to name. Well, the first two things I came up with was Angel and Snowflake.
Oh,
So
there's
I don't
there's
know.
been a channel that I have followed for a long time that's out in Gillette, Wyoming, and they have a big steer. He's called a lead steer or a Judas steer. He leads the cows and their calves back to, wherever they're going to be.
Where the food
And
is.
this steer is huge. They call him a park something. He's white, all white with black spots on him.
Well, that's
And his name is Cracker Jack. So yeah, he's I got to meet Cracker Jack, and that cow, that steer is huge. The cows that they have are not Holsteins, but Black Angus, and he towers over them. The female.
Wow.
That means it's almost as big as Johnny Gilliam's.
Yes.
Bull. I
Yes.
mean, his bull looks like it's just like he reminds me of a pit bull, because you know how pit bulls, they stand up and they're like real broad shoulders, they're all muscle. And I was like, geez, that's got to be a big bull.
He's a big boy.
He just talks to him like, like he's one of the family, one of the dogs, or and all that. So it just let me go. Let's see if Faith is ready to come in. So I'll leave it. I won't mute myself, but I will be able to.
Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit like really, really big. Just
That's
huge. I'm like,
that's a massive bull. That's a lot of bull.
well, he's not a bull, he's a steer, but they call him they call him a lead steer. Some people call him a Judas steer.
You know why they say Judas, right? Holy Judas!
Yeah, because he's leading them to where.
Yeah. Well, see, I'm only.
That reminds me of a song.
Well, do sing.
I have to stop and think how it goes.
You're going to have to wait a minute. I did not stop by the refrigerator, okay? I'm sorry. Ooh, I'm in trouble now. I'll give you love. You've got my heart. Yeah, I love you. Yes, I do. Thank you for wagging your tail and winking at me. Yeah.
Uh-oh. What's up?
Well, the refrigerator, Heather, is where I'm at. I'm at the back end of the house.
Thank you.
And the kitchen is in the middle of the house, which is 20 feet away, maybe, guess, or where the fridge is. And yes, I know I feel your eyes glaring me down, Faith. I mean, let's see if I can do this. And there she is. See, it's like, hey, didn't you forget something? I'm supposed to get my treat when I come in. Right? Yeah, right? There. Yeah. I'm supposed to have a treat. Are you going to give me one, Dad? Okay, I'm neglecting my dog, and before somebody calls the SPCA and says you're neglecting your dog, let me run to the fridge and get her a hot dog.
She's so ignored. Poor thing. What a mean dad.
All this burr cold weather, Faith. I'm telling you. We're not accustomed to this, are we? Okay, your hot dog, madame. There you
I'm
go. Okay, you're good for 30 minutes, right, Faith?
She's gonna weigh 90 pounds by the time you get done.
Well, I'm a firm believer in spoiling her because she is a rescue. And I believe that she chose me. And so it's my job to, treat her as one of the family, spoil her, just like all the other fur people who own fur pets.
Fur babies.
So
Anyway, I remembered.
So I'm ready.
An old cowpoke riding out the one.
Trying to find a picture of Cracker Jack.
On a ridge he rested as he went along his way. When all at once when he heard a red-eyed cows he saw riding across the ragged sky and up a cloudy draw. Their brands were still on fire and their hot breath he could feel. Oh no, their brands were still on fire and their hooves were made of steel. Their horns were black and shiny and their hot breath he could feel. A bolt of fear went through him as they thundered through the sky, for he saw the riders coming hard
And Yoster.
and heard their mournful cry. Yippee-yi-yo, yippee-yi-yi, ghost riders in the sky.
Yes, ma'am. One of my favorite music artists is it's because she yodels. And oh my gosh, I can sit there and see her face.
How old?
She's probably late 30s now, 40s. She sang in. She had one of the big hits in Coyote Ugly.
I didn't see that. I'm thinking, what the heck's her name?
Starts with an L, if I remember. I cannot think. LeAnn Rimes.
Oh, LeAnn. Okay.
Because there's one of her first original songs. She could kind of yodel.
And
yeah. To me, that's not back in the early black and white, country. When country was country, it was more, in between. So
My hubby's cousin yodels like,
she's 42.
wow. Wow. I remember when she first started, she was like 16.
Oh Lord, I don't remember that.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Mm-hmm. She was just a kid.
One of my favorite of hers is "How Do I Live." It's one of the songs, and the song that came from the movie was "Can't Fight the Moonlight."
I can't
But
remember. We used to do one of her songs. I can't remember what it was.
I'm gonna have to look it up later because I know I've got it in my 1 million downloaded iTunes songs. Oh, I should have looked. I'm sorry on the chat. Yes. But I mean, I don't know. I'm one of these types that believe in, I mean, what does people back in the day? People would gather. Somebody would break out a fiddle. Somebody had a guitar, and everybody, it wasn't, it wasn't like, hey, what are you doing tonight? Da, 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 and all this. It was just neighbors or family or a gathering, or people had a dance, and everybody went to a social type thing, and it was just times were simpler back then, and people treated people with the, I mean, gentlemen would open up doors and would get up when a young lady or a lady, depending, would get, excuse herself from the table or just whatever. And there was chivalry then. And so I'm that way. I just don't, it doesn't matter to me. It's like I was saying about World War II. I don't care if you're black, white, pink, yellow, purple, gray. And I always say that when you bleed or if I bleed, guess what? You don't have purple blood. You don't have pink blood. You've got red blood. Guess what I've got? I've got red blood. And we should all work together as Americans or whatever and treat people that way. So,
there's only one race.
And that's
human.
Yeah. And
yeah.
And Ace, when you said that Miss Laurie had a pretty voice, guess what movie I went to? Pretty Woman. Roy Orbison.
That's the guy that I loved.
That voice of his could soothe a lot of people. His voice.
Oh my God. Roy Orbison was the best. Absolutely.
He had that. He didn't have to. He could just stand there and just sing, and people, it's like it was back in the 70s. There was Tom Jones. Tom Jones could also woo the ladies and with his voice and all that.
Yeah, but he didn't have the voice like Orbison had. Orbison had such a range. He had like 3 or 4 octaves.
Yeah.
Who does that?
Well, that's like also back in the 70s, the brothers, the Bee Gees, and the one that would always sing in a high octave. I always said there was a midget standing there kicking him in the front so he could hit them high notes.
No, he could just do that falsetto.
That was the first time I'd ever heard a male hit those notes. I was like, holy Toledo.
Well, it's like Frankie Valli. The Four Seasons.
Yeah.
He had a high voice too.
Roy and his daddy worked for my daddy in the oil. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen a
Oh.
picture of Roy Orbison without his sunglasses.
No, because he had an eye condition
Really?
and light really bothered his eyes, so
Huh.
he wore sunglasses
I just
because
thought
he
it was a
couldn't stand
thing,
lights.
that he did for
Yeah, that's
when
what
he
a
was.
lot of people thought, but no, it's because of his eyes.
Wow. See, you taught me
He had an
something
eye
I didn't
condition.
know, Miss Lori. Like Miss Rebecca taught me how to figure so many things out until we got to the pinning part, and then I got confused.
And now you have it pinned.
Does that mean I'm going steady with myself? Oh Lord. All right, Miss Lori. You remember those days when you would pin your date?
No, I don't.
Oh, that's right. You're 19.
Yeah.
You don't remember those days. I remember
Oh my word.
when I graduated Police Academy, not the movie, but in real life, I was given a Police Academy ring from a very good person, friend of mine's mother, who was so happy that, I had graduated. And, and it was like, I wore that proudly and everything, but now apparently my hands have swell up or whatever. And, I can't really wear it on my, other than my pinky finger now. But it looked like one of those rings at not as big as the NFL championship rings or whatever, but to me it was a big ring and it was real solid. I still got it, but apparently back in the days, besides using bubble gum wrapper for temporary wedding rings, and other than that, my wife, I sit there and said, well, until we get, because we had picked out a ring, she did, and they had to get it sized and all that. And I said, well, for temporary, for the time being, wear this. And so she wore that ring, or my Police Academy ring. But I remember,
Cigar bands.
yeah, cigar bands, not bubblegum wrappers, cigar bands.
Yeah.
And I've even
Cigar
heard
bands.
stories back in the days where they used to, people sometimes use Band-Aids back in the days for a temporary thing. So, but
Okay.
so how come, if I guess I can, let me do this here, copy.
What a cute kitty.
I don't really like holding my black big cat. She's light. You don't have to do that anymore.
Oh, that's right. I just pinned. Oh, well, I got a third grade education, Miss Rebecca.
There's one thing that I can let you know, that anything that is in the private chat, when we finally leave, it will be gone.
Oh. So
anything that you've typed in private chat that nobody sees, when you go back in and you want to use an old StreamYard thing where you want to bring someone up just to talk to them in the background, you can send them a link. Basically you got to go into StreamYard and then you click on it after ones, and you're able to click on that, go into the studio, and you're able to email or text or send it to Facebook for someone to be able to come in the back part of YouTube and are into StreamYard and are able to talk to them. They come into the studio. I'm going to be doing that with somebody to teach them how to make the scrubbies on the little round looms. It makes it nice.
No, it's not what you thought. It's just because turn.
Right.
This is Gigi.
Hi, Gigi.
And it's not Gigi, it's just GG. Means great. It means great girl. Oh, you're okay.
Oh, it's like, I'm out of here. She says, "You've
Bye.
introduced me now. You've introduced me now. I'm leaving." Mhm.
I'm leaving.
I'll be gone.
Yeah, well, she's Ronald's cat. She'll sleep on him.
Yeah,
and
she's
just
back on his
watch him
lap
all night
now.
long.
I think lap at least, or on a chair next to him.
Oh no, she's literally laying on him.
So
There was one night that she came out of there and started meowing at my door. And I didn't realize Ronald wasn't feeling well. And she came in and told me.
and that's the
Yep.
thing that only people who have pets, if I can talk, understand, because people that just, oh well, we're going to get a Dalmatian because little Susie saw the movie Dalmatians and now she wants one. But the real people who take care and do things with them, with their pets, and are there. There's pets that, how many times did Lassie save, well, I can't remember, Jimmy's life or whatever. And to me, that's really real. That's unconditional, 100% love.
Yep.
Yes, Gigi is a precious fur baby. BB is a big black cat. He's heavy.
Does he have green eyes?
I think that he does, either yellow or green. Then of course I have a dog over here. Denver, you can come here.
Troy Sutton, brother.
Hello, Troy.
How you feeling, my friend?
Come on, Denver.
Are you still in the hospital?
Come here. Let me move out of the way a little bit. Oh, sorry, Denver. Come on, Denver. Come on. Come here. Come here. Come here, Denver.
Let's see if I can do this right.
There's my boy.
No.
Oh,
Nope.
Hey there, sweetie.
Well, that's not doing. How come it's not doing?
Yeah, I got to turn my camera just a little bit.
Well, see, I was trying to figure out how to make it bigger. Make you.
He needs to really come on this side. Denver, come here. Come here, boy.
you can. I think there's a way you can make like two
Sit.
in one big one, and you can switch you and her.
Here he is.
So that she's the big one.
I think it's that
There
one.
you are.
There it is.
Ah, there you go.
Hi, Denver. Hi,
Denver.
baby.
Is it John Denver?
No, it's just Denver.
He's
a-
cute.
Oh,
He looks like a part
He's
lab
around
and part
10, he's around
Newfie.
10 or 11. See the white muzzle now?
oh, look at the eyes.
Wow.
Like, "Hey, Mom, you got to show my gray."
Yeah. Like, Mom, why are you showing my gray?
Yeah,
Oh,
he's cute.
beautiful.
Thank you.
Let's see.
My sweet boy.
That,
Hi, my sweet boy.
or is it that one? It's that one.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's Denver, and I have Blue. Blue is, his mother was an English Mastiff, and his
Oh.
father was a black lab.
I thought he
He's
looked
broad, but he's short. He's shorter than this guy is, and you see how tall this guy is.
He's like, "Can I go back and lay down now?"
Yes, you can go lay
yeah.
down. Go. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Good boy. But yeah, that's Denver.
I didn't see you give him any treats.
He's pretty.
I don't have any treats. We've got to buy some.
Do you do milk bones?
I do real bones.
Oh,
They get raw real bones,
yeah.
and I've got to
That's a good.
get some
That's a
soup
good
bones
treat.
for them.
Well, it's like every once a month I treat myself and Faith, of course, and I'll either do I do. I mean, I've never had a dog, never had a dog that likes to eat shrimp. Oh my lord! Faith was like, "I see you have food. You want to share?" And of course, I shared, and I had a shrimp. She ate it. She likes shrimp, and I'm like, "Oh my lord!" So now when I do shrimp, no matter which way, if I do it like make a shrimp cocktail or if I do shrimp scampi or whatever, she's like, you've got food, and I love food.
Mm-hmm.
So anyhow, but I've never had a dog that likes shrimp. And but like I say, I spoil the living daylights out of her because of the fact that she's always been there for me, good or bad, and she always knew when to come up and cuddle or whatever. And my dog, Faith, if I slept in the bed, Faith would be, king. I've got a king size bed, but I don't sleep in it. So, but anyway, when I did sleep in it, Faith slept with me because, that's just how I feel that, she should be wherever she wants. She wants to lay on the bed, she can. Back when she was a puppy, she was, would sleep on the couch with me. Still in the hospital trying to get good luck with VA approved. We all know how that can go, or at least I do. To walk again due to the malnutrition, loss of my muscle.
Malnutrition.
Well, Troy, do you need me to come over and start cooking for you at the hospital and spoiling you with T-bone steaks or ribeyes? Or I just wish when I found out, Troy, that you were going or at the hospital. I was talking to Amy and I said, well, where is he at? Because if he's close, I'm going to go there, because I didn't know, Troy, if you had anybody there with you. And I know I'm not family or not, but you're a fellow veteran, and I support 120% of my fellow veterans, my brothers and sisters. But you're over there. I think Miss Lori's closer to you than I know that she is. She's closer to you than I am.
In the Carolinas, or he's in
Virginia, if I remember.
Virginia.
Right. Yeah.
I have a nephew that lives in West Virginia. Nephew.
But see, you can
Actually,
you could just take that your company Lear jet and you'd be there in 20 minutes.
Oh, sure.
You said you've got a field right behind you. Right.
No, I have a pond behind me. It would have to have pontoons. I don't think there's any jets that have pontoons, is there?
Hey, we could make one. I mean, what was his name? Oh gosh, starts with an H. Back in
Hugh
Hefner, but
not
Howard,
Hefner.
Howard Hughes.
Howard Hughes. I always get the name backwards. I always think Hughes is his first name. No, it's Hughes is his last name.
Now that was a person ahead of his time.
The Spruce Goose.
I've never seen it, but it's huge from what I've been.
Huge. You can look it up I think on YouTube.
Oh yeah,
there's a video of it taking off. It's like, holy.
But
it's humongous.
So, but yeah, it's, to me, he was ahead of his time and innovator, just like the Wright brothers. Who would have thought that two guys that owned a bicycle shop would be the first men to actually make uncontrolled flight? That would have, if somebody came up to me, I'm sure back in those days, and said, we're gonna learn how to fly like the birds, and I'd be like, well, you're bicycle guys, but they did it. But then back
Yeah.
in those days when somebody wanted to or needed something or had to build something, guess what? They figured out a way to do it. Nowadays, it's like, I need a piece of PVC. Let me order it off of Lowe's or Amazon or Walmart or whatever, or type thing. Yeah, don't spill your juice, Miss Lori.
No, I did that last night.
But
That's why I have a thing with a cap on it.
Yep.
Well,
This
did
bottle, my brother and I went to Gillette, Wyoming, and went to this meetup, and they gave us these. Not a lot of people know what FBN is.
FBN.
It's Farmers Business Network. If you have a cattle ranch or just small thing, you can get your supplies like Ivermectin and all that other
Feed.
stuff, shots from them. And it ends up costing less than getting it from the veterinarian and things.
Nice. Hey, Heather, how come you're not up here? Okay. So you live in West Virginia, but you're in this hospital in Salem, Virginia.
I was thinking Salem, Oregon. So I used the station.
VA.
It's like I told somebody that I lived in Columbia, and they thought I was in Columbia, Carolina. North. I don't know if it's North or South Carolina, but nope. I'm in Missouri.
Miss Rebecca, did you see the private chat?
I'll look. I just looked up there and seen it. Okay.
So so that we can communicate towards the end of the month, and when I get ready to send that for that.
I know what I can do. Just take a picture of it.
Okay. But just know if you email me, you might want to, or just title it, something Christmas.
Yeah, I will.
Just so I know that I don't think spam. And Miss Lori, if you go to private chat, you'll see my information as well.
Oh, okay.
So that you need to either take a picture of it, but if you, whatever, and then if you, I'm not saying that y'all have to, but if you want me to have anything, yes. And no, I don't give it out to anybody else.
I shouldn't have looked at my phone. I'm in the single digits now. I'm in 9.
Okay.
I think I'm going to have the
here you
tub
go.
dripping.
Here you go, right here. You can plug it in right here.
No, I'm talking about the temperature is 9.
Lord. Oh dear. Oh
no. My phone is at 88. No, the temperature here is at 9.
Well, Miss Lori is 15 and feels like 7. And Miss Heather is still at 1 degrees Fahrenheit and feels like 3. And where's it at? I don't need
That's
anything
weird.
about warranty.
I'm using the number thing over on the right, and I'm pressing number 7, and it ain't working.
The
They
numbers.
don't work anymore for some reason. Go to the upper
I
part.
did. So
Yeah, every other number works except 7.
Hey, if anybody's interested and would like to go, Honolulu, Hawaii is 75 degrees Fahrenheit and it feels like 76. We can all jump in on Miss Lori's Lear jet and go to Hawaii.
You're the pilot.
You're the one that owns the plane.
Oh, I
And
wish.
there's my digits.
Let me rephrase, Miss Lori. I can fly prop jobs. I'm a prop pilot.
Well, I don't fly.
That's all right.
I don't even like being this tall.
We'll put something in that juice. We'll juice it up.
Oh, sure, thanks.
And then the party really begins.
Yeah.
3 degrees. Oh, see
Well,
that.
let's see. The thing that gets me about being up here, as I'd said earlier, or may have, is that where I moved from, which was from North Texas to Oklahoma, right now where I was living at, it's 30 degrees and feels like 29. And that was back then. I mean, that for me, that was cold. We saw, not many times single digits, but last night it got down here to 9 degrees. Tonight it's supposed to get down to 7. I'm like, oi, because it's 10 degrees.
It says it's supposed to get down to 6 at 7 a.m.
Well, mine says it's currently 10, and it's supposed to get down to, okay, finger, worky. It's at 7 this morning. It's going to be 7 degrees.
We're going to get the high of 20 tomorrow.
So.
I know it's supposed to be cold for the next week. I don't think we're going to get much above 20.
It's saying that Thursday here, we're supposed to get up to 35.
Ooh, that's a heat wave.
Yes, it is.
Definitely.
And then Friday is 31 and 18. Saturday is 38 and 21. That's what they're saying, but we don't know what it's going to be really.
Okay, what am I looking for?
Did you see this, Miss Lori?
She needs her
Oh
rest.
no, the poor kid.
So once I heard that, I thought, oh gosh, because in police work, you always see police officers, they use loudspeakers or whatever. And I'm sitting there like, no, I don't, when I went to speaking engagements, they go, well, do you need a microphone? I was like, no. That's one thing God gave me, was a very loud voice and a big mouth.
Me too.
So I can project my voice quite loudly. But
yep.
So I thought maybe this is my normal talking voice. And I was like, oh my gosh, I was probably too loud. And then Heather reminded me that she had you and I, Miss Lori, in her ear. She had those earbug things in.
Yeah.
But then she said it was, that she heard herself plus probably the cats. And I was like, yeah, but I was the one that was being the hilarious character last night, with the 6-inch stiletto heels and jokes and all that. And was making her laugh, Hey, if you've ever seen me in a sundress, I look good.
Oh, I bet. Hairy legs and all.
Oh my gosh. When I go to the VA and they go, well, we need to do an EKG on you, it's, for your physical and all this. I was like,
Yeah.
The problem
Oh, my
is,
husband has the same problem.
well, they have
Doesn't
to
like
shave.
it.
They have to shave my chest wherever they put those, because
Yep.
if they put them on with all my hair, it's like it doesn't read
It
worth
can't, it
it.
doesn't read anything right.
And so, so it's like when I would come home and I take my shirt off because I'd take a shower because it itches and everything. It looked like I used to say, "Yep, I've had visitors from Mars, aliens, land on my chest because it looked like little crop circles." If you remember those, yeah, back in the days, I had all these
Yeah.
little crop circles all over me. So
Mm,
it was just too much.
ugh.
Too Well, we're almost almost been live for 2 hours. Wow.
I got a dog
It's
snoring.
122.
Hey, that means we got to stay for one more hour so that it'll be 3 o'clock. Because didn't we stay on for 3 hours last night afterwards, Miss Lori? After getting off of Wanda's?
Yeah. And we could offer hers at what, midnight?
And then I was noticing that you were like,
I was, yeah, I was slowly drifting away.
and I was sitting there like, okay, Miss Lori needs to go to bed.
Yep, I was ready.
And then
I slept really good this morning.
And then Miss Heather, she probably had to go check on her people, so that meant that she probably didn't get much sleep.
Yeah.
And I'm over here going like, I'm retired. I'll sleep when I want.
Well, that's what I was doing. I slept till I can't remember what time I got up. 12:30, I think. It's like, oh my God, I gotta stop doing this.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's what'll happen to me with my luck is that Trey. I blame all of this on Trey because he was working the night shift, and so I would come on. I'd keep him awake, make sure he was doing all right and all this stuff, and then he swapped from nights to days, and so now he basically was like when I talked to he called me yesterday. He called me on his way home from work. He says, I'm just now getting off. And I'm like, dude, it's late. What the heck? He goes, well, I wanted to let you know that, I wanted to call you because I didn't want you to be mad at me. I was like, I can't be mad at you, Trey. Why would I be mad? But anyway, he said that
Did you see what Ace said about me?
No, let me get to.
Rebecca has a dog story.
I'm kind of laughing at that. And
Is it a hound dog story?
I do have a dog story.
Oh, Heather, how did you get up at 7:30? Oh my God.
Not me.
That's kind of interesting that you're saying I have a dog story, and I've been thinking about a dog story.
Well, if you would like to say it, there you go.
My ex-husband and I had a border collie.
Oh, beautiful.
I'm here because of that border collie. I had a hysterectomy back in 2004. And this dog would not leave me alone. I had a blood clot and didn't know it.
Oh.
I do believe in dogs knowing when there's a problem. She bit me. She bit me. And that's when it started hurting.
Yeah, I mean, they can. What is it they say about dogs? Their sense of smell is thousands upon that, or whatever it is. They can smell a heck of a lot stronger than even yours truly, because if you look side profile here, no, I'm sorry, that's my bad side. Let me give you my good side.
Tell me about it.
This big Maxwell Q Klinger knows, and if you know who Maxwell Q Klinger is, you win the prize. But
I do.
They know. They know.
I'm 110% agreeing with you on that. But I feel like it's not just dogs. I feel like it's also with other animals, cats or whatever. I mean, me being a scuba diver, me being in the Coast Guard, being on the Pacific Ocean and all that, we saw things. I mean, we saw where turtles, sea turtles, would come to our Coast Guard boat because of the fact that they needed help, because of the fact that the fisherman's net or fisherman's lines or whatever were wrapped around and they couldn't use all their flippers or whatever, and they couldn't go under.
I watched a killer whale or orca do that to a boat, and there was one of their other orcas that had a net around its tail.
Yeah.
It took them there.
And dolphins, if I could, if St. Peter had said that, well, we're going to reincarnate you, what would you like to be? I would have to go, a dolphin.
A dolphin.
I love dolphins. I mean, I love when we would sail out of Astoria, Oregon, and I would always want to go up to the bow or the most forward part of the ship and all that, just so I could see the dolphins swimming, and I'm like, we're going to run over them. Well, after learning that they swim a lot better than the Coast Guard ship would go. But anyway, it was just so beautiful to watch. And then when I became a scuba diver in Israel, and while we scuba dived in the Red Sea, I learned that dolphins I was told that dolphins have rescued injured or whatever scuba divers and saved their lives. So,
yep. Well, do you remember the old TV show?
Oh yeah, Flipper. Yeah, there was Flipper.
I could probably sing the whole. I used to know the whole theme song.
Oh God, what was the Sea? And then there was Sea Hunt, the other one.
Oh, absolutely.
And I have.
That was.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that was Lloyd Bridges' first TV series.
And do you know later in life when he had one of his sons actually was in the Coast Guard?
Yeah.
But the thing that got me the most, to me, I call him the father of scuba diving, and that's Jacques Cousteau.
Jacques Cousteau.
I would have given anything to have been one of his mates or scuba divers, because the places that he went, and the Calypso was such a beautiful ship. And I mean, he did a lot for the sea life and everything else. And he was a developer of the Aqualung, or what was used mainly as because it started out with and then he developed a rebreather. But yeah, I could go on about Jacques Cousteau.
Yeah. Well, John Denver wrote a song about him.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. One of my favorites.
So what happened with the dog?
Well, she got old.
No, I mean, she found your.
She basically with Daisy, she bit me. She didn't break the skin, but she bit me, and I started hurting, and got taken to the hospital. And they did that, the ultrasound thing. Found I had a blood clot. And
wow.
Basically, the hospital told me that they were going to give me a heparin shot, which they did. And it was going to cost us a bunch of money for that heparin shot that I was going to have to take. I had one shot and not another one. It's going to give me a blessing.
Wow.
And when I went back that Monday to get scanned for where that blood clot was, it was gone.
It's gone.
And Miss Rebecca, forgive me because I overspoke on you, so please forgive me. I ask.
It was gone.
That's
That is
Totally
amazing.
gone.
All because of the dog. You know, they have dogs now that sniff out cancers in people.
They do.
And then they also have dogs that help people that are about to. The dogs know when that person's about to have a seizure, an epileptic
Yes.
seizure. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, all I had to have was that one shot, and I guess that prayer from somebody, and it's gone.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was a little miracle.
Oh, no, that was a big miracle.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's
Yeah.
lots of miracles that happen in people's lives. You know, there really is. And doctors always just say, okay, you know, it must have not been a big blood clot. That's what they said to me. Oh, it must have not been a big one. Say, okay, you know, it must have not been a big blood
I
clot.
saw it.
That's what they said to me. Oh, it must have not been a blood clot.
Hello.
Say, okay.
What are you?
I saw it.
You got YouTube open.
Hello.
What are you?
I saw it.
You got YouTube open.
Hello. I saw it.
Not me. Not me.
Hold on.
I hear something in the background.
If she's got her channel open. But if I do that, now I've got her muted.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I see that.
So let me.
Go ahead and talk. Unclick her. Karma, talk.
Okay. Sorry. I had to close a window.
Ah,
Well, it is cold out there, right?
what are you doing with your windows
Yeah.
open?
It's very cold.
How cold is it?
Let's see, about 34, but it feels like 28.
Oh, you're in a heat wave.
You're nice and warm and toasty up there. We're down there.
How are you, Miss
Compared to
Carla?
you guys in the deep freeze right now, yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah, sorry about the echo, Heather.
It's the first live.
Well, you're doing great.
Oh, well, it's not me. I'm not. There's no I in me. It's all the other people on panel over here on chat that have been helping. So it's a team effort because I believe in that. Because I had mentioned to somebody who I was texting with who said, well, you should go live. And I'm like, oi. Okay, I'm going to bite the bullet. Here we go. So I
But didn't we have
I've
that
been bugging you all
conversation?
day.
Didn't we have that conversation, Chris, about a week or two ago?
I'm old. I forgot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, I'm the oldest guy in here. Okay.
Well, you're the only guy in here.
You're the only.
Oh,
Well, besides my
You're the
brother
oldest
on the
and
floor.
the youngest.
somebody.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry.
Besides my brother on the floor.
I didn't see him back there. I apologize.
And there's Boots. Boots, where you at? Heather, bring up Boots.
Well, if we're going that route, somewhere in here is my little turtle,
Yep.
and the other room is Logan and Skipper and Gilligan.
Where's Mary Ann?
She's in the other bedroom.
No,
Well, tell
Ginger and
Mary Ann to
Mary.
call me because I've been missing her. I need my coconut
Sit right
cream
back
pie.
and we'll hear it tell. Tale of a fateful trip.
So, how's everything going, Miss Karma?
It's going well. Yeah, it's going really well. I got to meet with Jesse and Lisa tonight and have dinner.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, they're passing through the area on their way back home. And so
That is great.
Let me ask: Did they just go to Oregon just on a whim, or did they have
No.
family?
no,
Lisa's mother lives there.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I just didn't know because it seems like that far of a drive and all that. I was like, I'd be flying on Miss Lori's Lear jet to go to Oregon. I wouldn't be driving that far, because I have done that. I've driven from Seattle, Washington when I got out of the military. I drove actually from Brookings, Oregon, went north to Seattle, Washington, got my discharge papers, and then drove from there all the way down to Riverside, California, where I saw my father for the last time. And then from there, I continued on to Fort Worth, Texas. And that was a long drive.
That's
Yeah.
a long way.
They go around Christmas time each year and spend
Yeah.
Christmas with her mother.
Well,
And then last year they came through this way, and I went and had dinner with them, and it worked out for him to come back through again this year. And last year Logan couldn't go. He was sick, but this year he got off work in time to for us to be able to go and meet with them.
awesome.
And yeah, we had a good time. We closed the restaurant again.
Well, if I ever get to really meet Miss Lori in person, wherever we go, we're going to close that place down for sure.
Well, to put this into perspective, Caldwell is a city that is, in 1990, we had a population of about 18,000.
Okay.
Now, on our last census, we had right around 62 or 65,000. By now, we're up around 70,000.
Goodness gracious.
But
That's a major metropolitan area.
Yeah.
wait a minute. We're also a college town. We have a 4-year private college, the College of Idaho, and we have the Treasure Valley Community College. Plus, we have one of the top 5 outdoor qualifier PRCA rodeos in the nation.
Nice.
And
Wow.
all of that included together, all of it compiled, we still basically shut the town down. Some of the restaurants close at 7. Some of them start closing around 9. The one we were at, I think, closed at 9 tonight, but we didn't leave until 9:30. Then we stood outside for another 10 minutes.
What state are you in?
Idaho.
Idaho.
But now if you drive
Wow.
another 10 minutes down the freeway, you're in Nampa, and they're over 100,000. Some of their restaurants stay open a little later. Go on into Boise, which is the capital, and they're well over 100,000. And they have restaurants and places that stay open much later. But that Boise is about a 30-minute drive from where I live. But Caldwell, as big as it is a very sleepy little town, even though it's a college town. So, and it's also the capital, the county seat.
Oh.
So
This is the population where I live.
129,330.
wow.
As of 2023.
That was in 2023.
I haven't looked recently to find the exact population lately, But
And I'm also in a college town.
we have so many colleges right here in the Boise metropolitan area.
There's either 3 or 4. There's a 4-year in University of Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
There's Stevens and Columbia College. They're a 2-year. And then they've got William Woods, which is at a place that used to be called Parkgate Plaza. So there's like 4 here.
Okay, so oops, I clicked on you. My bad.
You did.
See if I can do this again. Nope, I still got you as big. All right, what did I do?
You want to move me over?
Oh, I see what I do. Okay.
You have to, there you go.
Okay. And then right? Hello.
Now you can bigify yourself.
As of July 1st of 2023, Caldwell's population was 68,336.
And my population for 2023 is 2,995.
Nice.
But now it should be 2,996 and a half with counting Faith. But
Oh, wait a minute. I just found out what the population for 2024 is. It's in Caldwell is 70,901.
See, that's
So
too
I was
big
right
for me.
on.
That's too big for me.
But it doesn't, the way it's laid out, it doesn't feel like a 70,000 population town.
Oh.
It feels very small town America. It's very small town America.
I'm like,
and we're very agriculture.
I'm like with Heather. I'm like that right there would be pretty much maxing out for me because, you know, I'm 20 minutes away from where I live. I'm 20 minutes away from Ponca City. So, you know, where there's a Lowe's, there's a all the name brand restaurants and things like that. And it's like being the new kid on the block and trying to see where everything's at if I don't Google it, you know, type thing. Mm-hmm. It's like, it's, you know, and then try to pay attention to driving. So I tend to pay attention to driving. I figure one day I'll get somebody I'll ride with somebody and I'll like, oh, there's that, there's this. Oh, look, there's a Tractor Supply.
We have in our county, we have the 2 main cities, which are Nampa and Caldwell. Caldwell being the county seat. And then we have Melba, little tiny town. We have, I believe Murphy is part of Canyon County. Very little tiny spot in the road. We have Wilder, very small little burg. Parma, with a P, not a K. We have Parma, and it's a fairly small little town. And then we have Greenleaf, and it's a very small Quaker community.
Oh, wow.
And then we have Notus, and it's Notus.
Good night, Peter.
And Notus is a town close to where we live. And my son actually went to school there. That little town, it's more of a village. They fluctuate between about 400 and 700 in population. Pretty consistently.
Okay, I finally found the one for 2024.
Wow.
Yeah. Big town.
Have you got an Arby's?
Yes.
Oh, I miss having an Arby's.
We have 2.
I love Arby's.
Okay, we got our second McDonald's.
Just don't get the Big Mac. No, wait. This is the Big Mac? Yeah, Big Mac. Isn't that the one that they had a recall on?
No, that was the Quarter Pounder.
Oh, Quarter Pounder. Okay.
Yeah. We have 2 McDonald's, we have a Taco Bell, we have 2 or 3 Subways. No, we have 3 Subways. Yeah, we have 3 Subways now.
Well, the
We
thing
got
I
a Chipotle's and a Freddy's.
grandkids love Freddy's.
That's a dance. Do the Freddy. Oh, never mind.
Come on, let's see a Charleston. Or do the Lindy. Do the Lindy.
Yeah, there you go.
I used to be able to do the Charleston.
I can two-step.
Never learned how to do that.
Lori's camera keeps changing. She moves in and then
Yeah.
she moves.
Her
I don't
camera
have
goes
that.
off.
Because I have the camera settings in the computer, in the laptop. It's set to keep me in frame. So if
Oh.
I go over here, it's going to shift over this way. If I go this way, it's going to move that way.
Don't have that on that.
All this time, I thought, what did I put in this Sprite? Because
It just keeps me in frame.
so in other words, you're being framed.
I'm being framed. I've been framed. Anyway, I posted in the chat the population of Worcester, Mass, which is just a little north of us, is 207,621 as of July 2023.
Yeah, but in Worcestershire, it's 2007, 622. You know that's going to be my inside joke with you, Miss Lori.
I know.
I don't know if you guys caught what I was trying to say earlier about the county that we have here. It's hard to type how we pronounce the county. But here in Idaho, in fact, I was born in the county. It's Cassia, and it's pronounced Kasia here in Idaho.
Oh.
So we pronounce it Kasia.
Kasia.
We moved to California for 6 years when I was a little girl, and my parents went there ahead of time with some friends, and they happened to be in San Francisco, and the people that they were with told my parents, we're looking for Cassia Street. We're looking for Cassia Street. Well, my parents, they didn't know what they were looking for. And my mom goes, oh, hey, look, there's Kasia Street. And the people they were with, they're like, what street was it? And my mom repeated it. And, oh, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for Cassia Street. Well, my mom goes, well, that's not Cassia. That's Kasia.
I would have pronounced it Kasia, but that's pretty close.
Yeah.
That would be a beautiful name for a daughter, though. It sounds very pretty and loving.
Kasia.
Not loving, but I went onto my Gilligan's Island thinking of Lovey.
Oh, lovely.
The man of all voices he was.
Oh, yeah.
When I named my 4 ginger cats, we got them as little kittens. They were all from the same litter that we rescued. I had a hard time figuring out what I was going to name my one female, because I named them all from the Gilligan's Island. It wasn't hard to name the boys, but there wasn't too many names to choose from for the girl. Everybody names their ginger cat females Ginger. How boring is that? Well, that only leaves 2 other names to pick from. And so it was either going to have to be Lovey, because nobody ever knew, and you didn't want to call her Mrs. Howell.
No.
So that only left either Lovey or Mary Ann. So she got Mary Ann.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yep, I miss Mary Ann. Oh, which on my Facebook page. If I posted because she passed away just not too long ago in December, if I remember
Mhm.
right. And not this December, but anyhow, I always had a huge crush on Dawn Wells and Marianne. She was very wholesome, the
Mhm.
farm girl, the country girl, and she knew how to cook coconut cream pies.
Yep. Coconut cream pie.
But
Absolutely.
Hey, Rebecca, I want to
Yes.
thank you so much for your help today in my
You're
life.
welcome. I was trying to get them.
That was getting frustrating.
Oh, it was.
It
Yeah,
was.
I was getting to whack a troll today on our channel.
oh
Oh my
man,
gosh, he was
Oh
nasty.
no.
He was
Well,
nasty.
I would go back in that chat and put him on your block list
Oh,
in
he
your
was
YouTube studio.
he
Or he
was
can't.
banned, but
He was banned. Well,
yeah,
in your YouTube, you can go to your YouTube studio and put people that you don't want on your channel.
I did that once before early on. There was somebody else that would not listen to me. He was watching all my videos, and at first it was starting out just fine. But then he started making comments, and I said, "Hey, look, you need to knock it off. I'm married. I'm not interested. Knock it off." He wouldn't knock it off, and so I blocked him.
Yeah.
But yeah.
yeah. I mean, there's no
That-
sense in being inappropriate. I mean,
Yeah.
You should. You should.
That was the first time I've ever had a troll. That and it had to be when I had Kevin on there. And he does all this cross promoting on other platforms. And he even said, it's probably because I cross promoted on Reddit or something. He probably came from Reddit. And,
Oh God, yeah.
and it's like,
I've heard bad things
Your
about
son
Reddit.
was able to put it subscriber mode only, and
yeah.
That was another question, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
it's okay.
How do you do subscriber mode?
It's in your studio.
It's in your studio
when
part
you're
of YouTube.
You can put it so that there is a way to set it up so that all of your lives are automatically in subscriber mode only.
Okay.
Or you can set it so that it's and you can set for how long they have to be a subscriber. It can be for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, even I think it can be even up to an hour.
Oh, there's also 24 hours.
Oh, couldn't remember for sure.
Yeah.
But you can set it for each individual live, or you can set it up so that it just automatically, every time you go live, it's automatically in subscriber mode. But you do that in the YouTube studio. And I did it once before, and I haven't gone in there and looked for those settings, but it's somewhere in there buried in your settings.
Well, I'll figure. I mean, because I logged in on StreamYard originally, and I had the YouTube pulled up, but I minimized it, and so I logged into my StreamYard, and then finagled how to get onto live eventually. But I know that there was do you want it to, when it had a smaller box and something about, do you want to make it public or something or whatever, or private list or something like that? And I was like, well, that doesn't seem to be the subscriber mode that I was wanting to look.
It's all in your YouTube studio. Anything that is related to YouTube, you set up in YouTube studio. StreamYard is just facilitating the video.
In fact,
Okay.
when I set up my live through StreamYard that I did last night, which it is after midnight now. You
But
go
good
into
morning.
Yeah. I went into YouTube Studio first and set it up, and then went in there and went and got into the studio. And then I went over to my YouTube channel to get to the live so I could pop out the chat. Yeah, she just did it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Heather.
Yeah.
There it is.
It's,
Thank you.
Yeah, I knew that your moderators could do it for you, but once you're in the live, you can't do it unless you're on a computer and you open up your studio in another window, which I couldn't do that in the middle of an interview. In a chat, like a hangout like this, it's fine, but when you're in the middle of an interview like I was today, that just wasn't a possibility. So I was so thankful to have you guys. I'm glad I contacted you guys and said, hey, can you please be there?
Yeah.
But what I found out too was that, see, I had Kevin asked me to make his personal channel a moderator so that he could help keep things safe. So I had Kevin, I had you, and then I had Heather, as well as my son. And my son is an administrative mod. And there was times I think that you guys were counteracting each other.
We were. I was, I'd see it pop and
I
get over
think
there.
I think that what we'll have to do in the future, if something like that happens, and I have multiples of you in there, maybe have one of you targeting comments and one of you responding to comments, one of you posting links. Oh no, it was Ashley. That's right. I'm sorry, Heather. It was Ashley. I'm sorry. I am so exhausted today. I'm wiped out.
I was going to say, what in the world are you doing up at this time? I mean,
I don't know. I should be asleep, but I think I'm just too keyed up to go to sleep.
Well, welcome to the night shift.
Yeah.
Because the night shift usually consists of Miss Lori, and over in the chat, Miss Heather and myself. And if Trey, when he was working nights, would be Trey as well. But
well, we've got a live tomorrow at 3. Well, 3 for me, 4 for you, Chris.
I might be up.
We're central time.
Yeah,
you're central, so you're Eastern, right?
I think she's mountain.
Oh, she's mountain.
Arizona.
Yeah, I'm in mountain.
She's in mountain.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're in Idaho.
Yeah, so it just now turned 12.
She's like Miss Evelyn. Because I think Miss Evelyn is on mountain time as well. Because on Leonard Mountain Homestead, when on the New Year's Eve hours long, we stayed up with I think that that's what started Miss Lori and Heather and myself, because after Amy left, it was and went off after we celebrated with Miss Evelyn on New Year's. Then it was like we were like, hey, we're not going to bed. Come on, let's go to who's going to bring up alive.
Yep. So I did.
And we kept Miss Lori up until what, 5 o'clock a.m.
5:30, almost 5:30.
I mean, you were hanging in there. You were going strong.
Yeah, towards the end, it was getting a little bit droopy.
Well, we won't say anything about you putting the disco ball and doing disco dancing. Oh, wait, you weren't supposed to talk about that or mention that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Miss.
You know, I was thinking about the putting the timer on for subscribers only. The only thing bad about putting it on for too long is if you have somebody that's new coming in,
Yeah.
they can't say hello. They can't post
Right.
at all
Right.
until that timer is up.
That's why
It's
I
good
said,
for it's good to set it for 5, maybe 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But much longer than that, it does drive new people away unless they're really seriously interested in your channel.
well, I'm
Yeah.
just an interesting guy.
Yes, you are, Chris.
Yes.
No, I am what
Absolutely.
you call a confused, confused person,
Aren't we all?
confused, deranged, somewhat crazy and insane, and laugh at my own jokes, talk to myself, but I don't answer myself. At least
Hey,
my
but you know what? You know what?
That's good.
When you go to answering yourself, sometimes that's the most intelligent answer to your questions you'll ever get.
Sometimes not.
Well, you have to remember, I've got a 3rd grade education. So, you know. Oh, thank you, Heather. Yes, also I'm delusional.
Delusional.
With friends like that, who needs enemies?
I
So you
know.
repeated 3rd grade. You repeated 3rd grade 2 times.
Yes, yes. And it was a little red schoolhouse too.
One room.
Uh-huh. And you had to use an outhouse.
Yeah.
And I was always the person that had to dig the new hole.
Ew. Oh, at
With the
least you didn't
Sears
have to clean
catalog
out
on the
building.
on the rack next to it.
God,
Hanging on
you
a
could get
train.
you could get anything and order anything out of those Sears catalogs back in those
I
days.
know.
Now,
Oh, I miss those wish books.
oh yeah, I mean that, and I miss. There was a hardware store that was called Western Auto. I don't know if y'all had them or
Western
not.
Oh,
Auto. I
yes.
remember that.
Western
They
Auto.
had stores too.
I
Which
think
one?
that Western Auto is where my daddy got his rototiller. I believe it was.
You could get anything at Western Auto. You could
Yeah.
put
You could.
you could put if you wanted to go squirrel hunting or rabbit hunting or whatever, those tools that you need to go do it, you could put them on layaway, and like
And
Look at Ace.
and all the marbles that filled them.
and then did you say TG&Y, Miss Lori?
I'm sorry.
I thought I was also thinking of the store called TG&Y.
TGY.
Yeah.
I don't remember that one.
TG&Y was also a thanks for coming by, Ace. I appreciate the support. Love you.
Good night, Ace.
All right. Good night, Ace.
But
My
TG&Y
brother did something on the computer. He ended up putting all these different things of yarn. There's a cat in there.
There's a cat in there?
There's a cat in there. Right there.
Oh, okay. I see. I can see it somewhat. Yeah.
No, there's a cat in there. So, it's just like, I guess I call it a screensaver. And these pictures keep changing of different things like this.
Hang on. I was getting a drink of Sprite. I'm sorry.
Now I'll slide to the next one. This one I really like here. It's like these cones that have yarn in them.
Oh, cool.
Oh, that's
He found
clever.
he found these different things that show this yarn, all about yarn, on this screensaver thing on the
Well,
computer.
but let me ask you this, Miss Rebecca. Have you ever made, like, with all the, I'm going to call them tumblers, or I don't know what you call them, but you can, like, if you're going on a travel trip or something, you could basically pour your hot cocoa, hot coffee, hot tea in them, and they're double wall insulated or whatever. But have you ever thought about making, I call them koozies, I'm going to call them koozies,
Cozies.
a sleeve
Yes.
to go over
Yeah.
them, type thing.
I
Yeah, like a beer
probably
can
I
cozy.
probably could, but what I would probably end up using, let me pull one of these out of here.
I have made those.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
everybody used to have them back in the day.
I have smaller, because you can see the difference in the size of this to
Right.
this. I do have smaller looms that I can end up making something like that to
sleeve.
go on these bottles. This is an insulated one, of course.
Right.
But yeah, this is one of the scrubbies that I made today. And
I
with
always go ahead.
scrubbies. Yes, scrubbies.
Yeah.
They're done. Let me move some things around.
Miss
This is
Lori,
the big box. This is the big box of yarn that I got. My brother bought some and I bought some.
remember S&H green stamps, Miss Lori?
I was
Oh,
going to
they're
bring
on-
that up
They're done
too.
on this.
On
Oh,
that.
okay.
Is that a 5-inch?
I'm not sure. All I know is it's called a 24 peg.
Or maybe a
This
4?
is what I make premature baby hats out of.
Oh,
And then there's a next
Oh.
size that's for newborn babies. And then the next one is for children, and the next one is for adults or teenagers. But
I
yeah,
never-
that's
I never
I
had a
did
loom.
I don't do tutorials. I really don't like videoing, so I just go live, and I made one last night.
I
on
never
my-
had a
my
loom to
life.
do. I never had a loom to do any of my scrubbies or my koozies or anything. I always just did them freehand, crochet. And I made my koozies bigger, or made them so that they were stretchy, so they would fit multiple sized cups.
well, the reason why I brought that up is because you pull into a gas station or convenience store or whatever, and it's like, I need a cup of coffee, and they've got those paper cups,
Right.
or I don't know if they're paper anymore. They're real thin walled
Fiberboard.
or fiberboard, cups.
Styrofoam.
And I'm like grabbing 2 or 3 extra just empty cups so I can put it on there, because by the time you pour the coffee into that one cup, you can't really grab it. So I
Yeah.
was thinking of that, like Miss Rebecca needs something else to bring into her factory.
I haven't crocheted in forever. I was in an auto accident 10 years ago, and it caused some pretty severe damage to my right arm, and I'm right-handed. I've been thinking about trying. I lost a lot of dexterity in my hand. I've been thinking about trying to pick up a crochet hook again and see if I can do it.
Maybe it
I
would
don't
be
know if I
like
can or
therapy.
not. What's that?
It would be like therapy. It might help bring back some more dexterity that you lost.
It might. Sometimes I have trouble holding even a pen, or even my fork or spoon. Sometimes I have trouble with. I don't handle knives because I've ended up in the ER just trying to wash a knife.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I don't do cooking anymore, or very, very little cooking, because I don't trust myself with the utensils.
Oh, that would
Because,
kill me.
yeah. And it was hard for me to give up my crochet because I literally used to pack bags of crochet projects with me everywhere I went. And I'd go sit and spend hours at McDonald's just crocheting, drinking my coffee. I'd grab some lunch, whatever. In fact, I sold crochet to pay for a bus trip to go back to Missouri to see Logan. Logan and I were high school sweethearts. And I paid for a bus trip to go back to see him in 2011. We hadn't seen each other since 1989.
Wow.
And I went to see him in 2011 for the first time since 1989. And we spent 8 days together there at his mom's house where he was staying at the time. And my crochet paid for that trip. And to have to give that up after that accident was so hard.
But that was your livelihood. That, I mean, and that is the way I look at something like that. And I was trying to remember because I had a great grandmother, and I can't remember, Dollies or what?
Doilies?
Doilies. Thank you. That's
Oh,
the word.
I love working with thread.
And
I
and
love working with
she
thread.
did that. I mean, she was in
Tatting.
her 80s and she was doing it.
No, not tatting. Crochet.
So,
Crocheting.
but she would do that and also, and it was like, and my mother had all of these doilies all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember that growing up. And so, but then, nowadays you don't see anything like that, at least in larger metropolitan cities, because everything's store bought or manufactured in other countries or whatever. But you don't see a lot of people doing what I call, and no offense to y'all, the old ways is what I call it.
Oh, yeah. It's absolutely
That's
becoming a
exactly.
lost art.
Yes.
Mm.
Yes.
Which is a
And it
shame
is an
because
art.
it's beautiful.
I absolutely now I like to work with yarn, and I do enjoy working with cotton yarn. But give me that thread and those little tiny hooks, and I love it. That is so much fun. Those little tiny hooks and that really fine thread, and creating a doily, making a tablecloth, making bookmarks, anything with those really fine threads and those little tiny hooks and those fine detailed patterns. I like doing fillet. You know what fillet is, don't you, Rebecca?
No.
Oh, okay.
I've
the
heard of it, but I don't remember what it is.
Are we talking steak?
No, not quite.
No, I don't think so.
Well, fillet is the ones where, the patterns where it'll be like a perfect square. You can spell out names. You can create an actual shape within
In a
whole pattern.
crocheted.
Like crocheting it, but in thread.
Yeah.
The really fine thread. Like you'll see like a tablecloth or a placemat that says "Bless this home," writing
Or
it
Merry
out,
Christmas.
and it's like a grid. Basically, is a grid, and you'll count it out. You'll count like so many stitches over, and then you crochet up so far, and then you crochet over, and then go down. And I mean, it's just it's very mathematical,
Yeah.
and very precise, but yet at the same time, it's so simple.
Yeah, but
It
you
is,
said the word mathematical, so I'm out.
but it's so simple. It is, once I learned how to do it and how to read the patterns, you can almost, after you've done the first few lines, you can almost do it without looking. It is so simple.
Well, I remember my great grandfather on my father's side of the family, he would build looms, loom frames,
Hmm.
either round or square or rectangle, and he would make the thing back in those days was making pillow, like little throw pillow cases or
Oh, okay.
and all that out of yarn. So I remember that.
That would be weaving.
So I mean, it was just it's kind of like, and I'm not trying to point, like how Miss Rebecca had those little round looms or teeth or
Yeah.
whatever, you know.
Loom.
But it was that, but it was because back in those days there wasn't much plastic, the molds that you could buy or type thing, so you had to make it yourself. And they made those, and he would take nails or whatever and put them around and use
Oh,
that
okay.
as the you said teeth, I think, Miss Rebecca.
It's these are called knitting looms.
But one of those little
I've
prongs.
seen some that are
Eggs.
wood, and they do have those nails in them.
Okay,
I have seen those.
okay.
I
I'm
don't
sorry,
have any.
Miss Carm, I didn't
Oh,
mean to jump.
All I have is the ones that are plastic. This
That's
is another picture that comes up on my computer. Look at that beautiful yarn.
Oh, that's pretty.
Oh, that'd be a great backdrop for you.
Definitely. I was thinking, thanks a lot, bro.
Yeah.
He did a really. There he is. See, there's my brother. He likes to lay on the floor
With Denver.
with
Hi,
Denver.
brother.
Or blue.
Hey, Denver's a good cuddle partner.
He is.
Yeah.
Very
Keep
good.
you
cuddle
warm.
partner. He definitely does.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Heather. What you sent me. That's what my great grandmother on my mother's side of the family, she would knit those. Which is it all right, Heather, if I show that on Facebook, on the channel?
Mm.
Let me know.
Oh, yeah. Ooh.
There's the ginger kitty.
Oh yeah.
This one is Thurston Yowl.
And
First.
This is my
I like
FPN.
that.
okay. All
It's
right.
Thurston Yowl, but his nickname is Turtle or Turdy because he's a
Cool.
little turd. A little
Well,
imp.
welcome to Texas Raiders First Live. Yay! You made it. You're a star.
He says, "Yeah, I'm impressed."
Yeah, I can see that. He's wanting to really look at me and go like, yeah, no, you this is my
You're
best
my
view.
buddy. You're my buddy.
I'm getting patted and hugged and kissed, and I'm happy.
I'm just being loved. Look at the look.
Yeah, he's my buddy. He's my snuggle bud. Yeah.
Oh goodness. Well,
Cute.
let me jump over here to take up here and then go here. But yes, this is what Heather sent. I'm sure y'all
Oh, those are beautiful.
and
Yeah.
I don't know, but anyway, those are what I was talking about. That I would see those all over because back in the 70s, of course, my mother had aloe vera, a plant for burns, and she had all these ivies and she had all these doilies that were underneath, or if it was on the dining table, there was, it was like the big doily was the centerpiece and things like that. And old times. I mean, it just, just the smallest thing. I would love to have had or have one of those doilies from my great grandmother, just so I can say that came from her.
Oh, I wish you could
I
have
know.
gotten it. What an heirloom that would be.
Well, unfortunately, like I said, when my mother passed away, I was over on the West Coast in the military. By the
Right.
time I got back on Greyhound bus back to Fort Worth, Texas, my dad and his wife, slant stepmom to me, had already gone through my mother's jewelry, removed all of her diamonds and all this jazz, and the gold rings or gold and all this. And I was told, and they were having a garage sale, and I was told that they were doing that to get money to help pay for her funeral.
Mm-hmm.
And granted, I was 17, I was in uniform, and if y'all remember the Saturn V rockets from way back when, I lit up like a Saturn V rocket because I was madder than a hornet's nest. Because number one, that was my mom's belongings.
Yeah.
And
That he shouldn't have had any access to.
Well, the story is as I saw. I'll refer you to Miss Karma, her great interview that she was so kind enough and kind-hearted to allow me to be on her live, and she interviewed and all this. And if you want to know more about this guy, go watch that video, that live with her, because there was a lot said. I think I talked for over an hour.
About an hour and a half, yeah.
Oh God, what did I say?
Oh, you know what? It was so good. And I know that there were a lot of people that were really excited about your interview. I know for a fact that my son and the lady that spends time helping him, they were both really impressed with you and so excited to get to know you. They've both said that to me on multiple occasions, that they thoroughly enjoyed your interview and were excited to get to meet you. And they're looking forward to getting to know you better and follow your channel.
And then what is it? I'm trying to remember this. Is it tomorrow that you're doing, or when is the next one that supposedly that you wanted me to join in on?
It's Taco About It Tuesday.
That's right. I've got to get tacos.
I got to figure out how I'm going to pull that off for myself, because we have one rig now, and Logan works tomorrow, and I'm not getting up at 6:30 to get myself ready and go sit in the cold for 3 hours while I wait for the sale to start so that he can work all day tomorrow and then try to get back home in time for the live.
Do you have DoorDash, Uber, or anything like that?
I live in the country.
Yeah, but I mean,
and
you've got
they really suck it to you if you can find a restaurant that'll deliver out to the country.
A neighbor?
Yeah, they do. They do.
No.
I was thinking maybe a neighbor that if you knew somebody that could, I don't know.
At best, I could possibly, if I could give Megan a few dollars for gas, if her car's running well enough, they might bring Taco Bell to me.
Well, if not, I'll run out to, let's see, you said it was at 4 tomorrow.
Yeah.
So Taco Tuesday's at 4. I know I clicked notified on it.
Yeah.
Well, she says make taco salad at home.
Salad, Heather. That sounds good, but you got to have the makings for it.
Do you have is there a Walmart nearby?
About 10 miles away.
Well, mine is 17 miles away, and they deliver to me. With the Walmart delivery.
Their delivery fees are crazy.
Well,
I'm not trying to be difficult.
No, I know.
But with our income right now, we really have to be careful. Logan was off work for 2 weeks. They shut the auction barn down during the holidays. And so,
Well, that's a blessing in a way, because during the holidays, people, they should close. I mean, I remember back in Texas, you know, it was a blue light special, or not blue, that was Kmart. But on the Sundays, you could only go to certain
Blue laws.
places, or the blue law. Thank you. Yeah.
yeah,
And I really wish they'd bring it back, because of the
You
fact.
couldn't-
Yeah, me too.
you couldn't buy alcohol. You couldn't.
Well,
you couldn't do
You
much
couldn't
of
go
anything
shopping.
on Sundays.
Well,
You were lucky if there was a grocery store open on Sundays. Back when I was a little girl.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though, is that
Yeah,
nowadays it's like, you know, back the old
you're lucky
ways.
if there's anything closed.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, see,
You're lucky
Logan
they
only
close
works-
on holidays.
Logan only works 2 days a week anyway. So when they close and he's not able to go to work, those 2 days hurt.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I can see it. And he has to then he has to find something to maybe find something else to do, as far as, you know, at home or whatever, to occupy and to keep him busy.
out of my hair.
No.
That too.
Out of my hair.
I've been up here. I've been up here almost for 3 hours.
Hey, it's we have been live for 3 hours.
Yeah.
So if it's 3 hours, let's see, it's 1:28 here. So that means, Miss Lori, it's getting that time for you almost.
2:28. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
If you need to bounce, Miss Lori, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm getting ready to be gone, and I'm
Mother,
like,
you're funny.
So Miss Lori, is it a thumbs up, or is it a remember that or yesterday morning on that?
Thumbs up.
Do you want me to ban this person or block them, or what do you want me to do? Miss
Oh
Lori?
yeah.
Yeah.
You
Or
know,
you
he's
won't know.
still he's I found him in my blocked list. And I tried to look him up. It was a pain in the butt just trying to look him up on YouTube. I could not find him. I finally found him. And he's I can't find a way to permanently block him, or to you know, he's supposedly still subscribed to my channel.
I wonder if I can go back in that video, because I was the one that did it. I wonder if I can go in, because I'm only a standard moderator, but I don't think, because I couldn't personally block him. I hid all of his comments is what I did, so that he couldn't.
I only saw one comment. Did he make more than one comment?
I was thinking, didn't he make like one or two?
I don't know. I thought I only saw one.
You know.
Heather was there. I don't know. Maybe she knows.
And on a side note, Miss Rebecca, remember how you were telling me that I need to find somebody that I really did trust and all this, that I really know and all that. By the way, folks, I need all your date of birth so I can do a background investigation on y'all to make sure you're okay.
Well,
Now
can you do
watch
any
everybody
background
click
investigation
off.
on that guy?
Everybody's going to click off and everybody's going to leave.
If you can do background checks, check that guy out. See what you can find.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was a strange one.
that was the Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
And then what was the other one? The lady that was from Texas. I can't remember her
Oh,
channel.
stop.
Oh yeah, and I thought that was like for a name of a channel. It's like, oh stop.
Oh, stop. Yeah, I know.
I was like, made me wonder, you know. But yeah, I was when they would pop on, I was sitting there looking at their channels on my phone.
But I've seen her. I've seen that name on other people's channels too. So I think
for
it's
some
somebody that's been
doozies.
keeping an eye on our little group or something. That's because she seemed to be okay.
Yeah, she didn't say anything bad or anything rude.
No.
She was very nice and
No.
polite. Whereas the other
Yep.
one was like, whoa.
Yeah, that one was just weird. It was like,
I mean,
hi, I just subbed to your channel. And then goodbye, and he was gone.
you know, Miss
Like-
Lori, myself, and Heather, we're weird already, but we don't need to be that kind of weird.
No, I don't need any of that kind of weird.
I mean, do you need
Especially if he's
a refill, Miss
Turkey.
Lori?
I'm sorry?
You need a refill?
Yeah, I think I'm getting a little low.
You just reminded me, I was sitting here thinking how thirsty I was, and I really should have brought a drink in here. And it just reminded me I had a whole bottle of water in here by the bed.
See?
So, Miss Rebecca, are you going to be coming to Tin Killer this year?
Yes.
Awesome.
Even
So-
if I have to rent a U-Haul van.
Well, what I was going to
If I
say,
don't have a car, that's what I'm doing.
Miss
I
Lori,
will be there.
we need to use the Learjet on April 20, was it 24th, 25th, 26th? We need to
Oh,
borrow.
10 killer?
Yes, ma'am.
That's 25th, 26th, and 27th. 24th is my birthday.
I've got to mark that down. Anyway, the reason why I was saying, but we need to borrow the Learjet. So, I mean, we'll probably only get Miss Rebecca in there then because she's going to have the thing full of everything.
Heather, look at this one.
Hang on.
I know that the first Mid-America meetup that I went,
He's squirming.
he's
Like-
a squirmer.
Like, no.
This is one of the babies that you've been helping me with, Heather. This is Bianca.
Bianca.
And she's got important business to do. But that's Miss Bianca. I just had to show you real quick.
Wow.
She's cute.
Huh. Okay.
She's 7
She
months
reminds
old.
me of a cat that we had.
Uh,
We had a male that looked like her.
She's
what was
one
his
of
name?
4 from the first litter of kittens that was born and raised under my house. And then there was another group of 5 kittens that are her siblings that were born in October that were raised under my house. And they're all living here. I've got 9 kittens, the mama, and 2 toms that I'm caring for,
Wow.
plus my 6.
in other words, she's called the Catwoman.
And
And
we're
I
a cat
embrace it.
lady.
Well, no,
And I
I'm
embrace it.
thinking of the original Adam West and Batman, the Catwoman.
Oh, Catwoman. Yeah, okay, I remember. Julie Newmar?
I got to make
Yes.
sure I take these back to my
You
bedroom.
are correct.
Have you
Oh,
ever
that's
seen these?
beautiful.
Hang on, just a second. I'm slow and old. There we go.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, I like that.
This was my
Oh,
very
and the-
first. This was my very first yarn bowl that someone sent to me.
How
And
gorgeous.
this one- This big one I bought.
Have you been following the ones that Jerry is making? Jerry Butler?
Oh,
Yes,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, those are beautiful.
they are. But if you look at this, you can see that there's three different woods that were glued together. That's the bottom.
Get it.
And then they glued these sections on to turn that.
Mm-hmm.
The one
Yeah.
thing that I'm not crazy about is that they don't sand this area inside here,
Oh.
and it
Oh, so it snags.
sprays the yarn.
Snag. Oh, yeah.
I
Ooh.
took a file. I took a file to it, and now this one is smoothed out where it doesn't catch the yarn. This
I
one,
never-
I haven't done that to it yet. And you can see by looking at it how rough that is
Yeah.
along that
Yeah.
edge. So they don't really totally finish
Yeah.
those edges.
Little fine, super fine steel wool.
And Evelyn Newman says she has a clean record.
I never had one of those yarn bowls for my yarn. That would have been very helpful. And yes, Heather, I'm still using on the food that I purchased. I think I still have 3 bags. It has been such a godsend, and I appreciate it so much. So,
Yeah.
All right, so I've got Miss Lori. I've got you. I've got it in my phone now, so
Oh, no.
that I can remit. So it'll give me an alert to remind me that I need to, wish you a happy birthday on the 24th. Correct?
Yeah.
24th of January?
April.
April. Oh, okay.
April.
And
Yeah,
she's
because we were talking about
20.
10 killer being the 25th, 26th, and 27th.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm a little slow.
No, you're fine. You're fine. And I'm expecting Miss Evelyn to be there because I want to give Miss Evelyn a hug for all the help that she has helped me with on this 10 killer stuff, all the information and everything that Miss Evelyn is, she's great. And even though she didn't know me from Adam, she volunteered to help me because we were on another live and I was like trying to put notes. I got all these sticky notes and I was like, and then she says, hang on, what's your email, whatever. I'll send you stuff. And she did that. And ever since then, she's been a really a great person.
I wish that we could
She's
be
a
there at 10
sweetheart.
killer.
Yeah,
It's
me
just
too.
a little
Talk to her. She's got a jet.
it's just a little too far for us to go, but Logan's got all kinds of family right there. He was born in Mountain Home, raised in Clark Ridge, Arkansas. And so that's right there in his neighborhood.
Oh,
And
wow.
we'd love to be able to go to the meetup. But it takes us, what did it take us the last time we went?
Oh dear.
It took us like 48 hours or so to get from here to there.
I'll be right back, ladies.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I guess I'll ask
she
him when he
wants to
gets
go.
back.
When Pup says, I gotta go, she's gotta go.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to miss this time. I want to be there.
I would
Yeah.
love to go.
Yeah. Okay.
A 48-hour
really would.
drive to get there is a little much.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in Massachusetts, so that would definitely be a hike for us. And
I know
we don't even like
some
going.
people that have driven it from New York.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a long drive. That would take a couple of days at least.
So what did Heather surprise you with, Chris?
Well, this is a box. And I'm doing the grand opening right now, Miss Heather. So here we go.
Here it goes.
Let me.
Drum roll,
Gigify
please.
yourself.
There we go.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh Lord, there's more things. What are all those? I don't know. I'm gonna have to learn. Anyway, there's a rubber band. Oh, now there's
Probably
plastic.
handles.
I should have brought
A
my.
rolling pin.
So yes, it is a rolling pin
Nice.
because I had been saying we was Heather could probably help me and remind me, but there we go.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Isn't that
I mean, it's
beautiful?
perfect and all that, and it's got like a little strap. I thought it was a rubber band.
Yeah.
I can
That's so
hang
you
it
can
up.
hang it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, well, so and then
that is cool.
and then it's got a silicone,
like
I
a-
assume.
A
Yeah.
pastry mat.
Yeah.
So there's
Oh,
that.
that's cool.
And I'm gonna have to learn. All right. So Heather, what are these? They're like rubber bands. I mean, there's
They're
this.
for making the I think they're making the thickness. I'll be back.
Okay.
Oh yeah. To gauge how thick the that you're rolling out the dough.
Because I don't see per se. I'm one of these type of people that read instructions, but I don't see any instructions unless I missed it somewhere, but I don't see it. Go on the floor, please. Thank you. Anyway, I figured out. I assume that this little wooden piece is to where when you're doing what. Okay, Matt. Matt, go sit over here. There we go. I assume that the little piece is where you set this on for if you like when you're in between rolling and you're
In between.
spreading flour or whatever. The stand is for the rolling pin. If you flip it over, it's a phone stand. Oh. Okay, so you can.
For what holding your
So you
holding
can
your phone
film
while you're
yourself
looking at a
when you're
recipe.
cooking.
Oh.
So you can look at your recipe.
Oh. I see, Governor. Right there.
Or you can film yourself.
Yeah, I can see where the bands. There's two that are thin, and the big ones are thicker.
That's to raise up the pin to the thickness you want your dough to be.
Ah, so okay. I never knew that. I always thought you rolled it out with the.
That's
the rolling.
fancy.
So well,
Yeah,
thank you.
it's
Thank you so
it's
much,
new and-
Heather.
it's
You want to
it's
see
a
my rolling
newfangled.
pin?
Hang on, let
Heather
me
is
get over
such a
here.
generous person.
Oh, she is.
These different thicknesses here.
Okay.
It's metal. It also has these lines on it that I don't know what they mean. I'm guessing it's different sizes.
It probably measures how wide the dough is.
Probably that's what I was thinking.
Probably.
Probably in quarter-inch or
Right,
half-inch.
Like that. You unscrew this
Measurement.
and
You can put ice in it.
no, what it does
No.
is you can take
Water.
these off.
Oh, those are
This is
actual
the
rings.
1/16. This one's 1/8.
Different
This is 1/4
size
or
thicknesses of the
Yeah,
dough.
quarter. And this one is 3/8. So you have these on there. So that would be what's your thickness of whatever you're rolling.
Very cool.
That
You
is
know, so that
excellent.
would make like a 1/16 pie crust.
Huh. I thought pie crust and everything was equal, the same thing. I didn't know that I guess had to do different, but then
And the thicker ones is probably for like biscuits or some kind of roll out cookie dough.
oh gosh, you had to go there, didn't you? Now I'm looking
Yep.
for. Oh, I love raw cookie dough, especially chocolate chip. Oh boy. Oh boy.
I like ginger snap cookie dough.
Oh,
I
I
also
see
have a
what
fancy
Oh yeah.
snickerdoodles.
there's 4 inches here, 6 inches there, 8 inches to there is 8 inches, and then 10 inches, and then
So-
12 is clear out
So
here.
that'd be like
So
for
it's whatever
for-
size you're
How
making.
wide
for how
pie?
big of a pie crust you want, or like if you're making like a 8-inch pie crust or a 10-inch pie crust, or
That's
yeah.
cool.
that is neat.
Oh.
It's kind of a. I've never seen one that was metal before, and I've.
I mean,
It
I've
was-
seen the stone ones, or I don't know if they're stone or granite or
Yep.
what kind, but I've
Marble.
seen
Yeah,
those.
some kind of
Sometimes
stone.
there's marble.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're very heavy, and it makes rolling the dough a lot easier.
Well, I mean, I'm I was when I actually had a rolling pin in my on my whistle. Blah, blah, blah. Gosh, Mary had a little lamb. Okay, I can talk. Anyway, I was looking at rolling pins, and I had one saved in my wish list on my Amazon account. And I was like, I don't need it right this minute. I've got to finish getting the ham radio equipment through the house and set up and properly done and da 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 da. So I kind of just left it in the wish list. And the joke was on me because unbeknownst to me, one of my Ring camera went off and alerted me on my phone. Hey, there's somebody at your front door, and I'm like, who the heck is at my front door? Do I grab the one hole puncher to go with me, because I wasn't expecting anybody. It turned out it was an Amazon delivery person, and they left a package. And so I was like, of course, I pull up and I'm sitting there going like, I didn't order anything, because I pulled up my Amazon account. So I'm looking and I'm like, I didn't order anything. I said, okay, maybe it was. So I brought the box in, and I'm sitting there like, no, the address is delivered to me at this address. I'm like, what the heck? And it come to find out, and then I opened it up, and it had the little gift registry and all that, and I found out it was from Heather, and I was like, oh my gosh, she got me good. She had me good.
That's awesome.
So
That's cool.
Well, I'll
But
tell
yeah.
you, when she gifted me the Chewy gift card from my feral cat community, I was in tears. Absolutely in tears, because trying to feed 18 cats, a dog, and us in the dead of winter is not easy. And that was such a huge blessing. And I've been able to just make that food last, and it's still lasting. And it saves me from having to run to the store every week to get a new bag of cat food.
Did
For
the
the
cows
he's
did the cows
outside.
go back home?
What's that?
Did the cows go back home?
Oh, the animal control came and ran them back down the ditch bank, and there was a farmer that was going to hold them at his place until either A, they found the actual owners, or B, the brand inspectors got involved and took them to a holding facility.
wait a minute, there was free beef.
Free beef.
They weren't big enough yet for going across the Rainbow Bridge.
Come on now.
Um,
Come on, Miss Lori, I need to hear it from Wendy's. That Wendy's commercial. What did that lady say?
Where's the
beef?
I tell you what, that lady should have won an Oscar. You know,
She should have.
a Golden Globe. And another lady that I thought it was well deserving of an honor was the actual lady, I say this and I don't mean to be rude, but the older lady in the movie, the original movie Titanic, who played, you know, come on, Chris. All the research that I've done on Titanic. Not Molly.
The original movie, the older black and white one.
No, not the black and white one. The color version where I'm the king of the world with Leonardo DiCaprio and all that. But anyway,
I have no idea.
But the lady in that colored version of it, where you know at the end, oh my brain is just
I never saw it. I think I saw the beginning of it, and I remember seeing clips of it here and there because everybody was, oh, it's great. Yeah, I like the old version.
I will show you how because I've done so much research on it and all that I'm waiting to get. I'm going to spend $500 to get it, but it's a model of. And this is all brass.
Wow.
RMS Titanic.
And that's going to be the I'm going to have it on make a wood holder for the ship to sit in. And then this piece of brass is going to be there on it.
Wow.
Rose. That's who it is. Rose. She portrayed the lady, the young. I mean, in the movie, there was a young Rose, but then towards the end of the movie, they showed her of age, and but she, and I don't know her. I can't think of her name, but she was. I just loved her. She was great.
She did do a great job.
And I thought that besides the Leonardo DiCaprio, as I call him, I think that she should have won. I mean, they won other awards for movie score and special scenes and all that. I felt like that Gloria. There she is. I'm telling you, she's got my back every time. Thank you, Miss Evelyn. Gloria Stewart is her name, and she is an amazing woman, and she did so well that I mean, I fell in love with her as far as her acting and all that. And thank you, Miss Evelyn, once again. So, but I don't know. I'm funny that way. I mean, I felt like because I was in the military on ships and all that, I'm really attached to the Edmund Fitzgerald, attached to the Titanic and all that, to the point where and then I've got, well, in boxes I have the 3-ring binders. They're full of information on the Titanic. I used to be able to quote you everything and all these things about the Titanic that was like, people, I saw the movie. Well, okay, that's great. I saw the movie and did research and did all this and da 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 da. And
who was the most famous woman that survived the Titanic?
Wasn't it Molly Brown? No. No, not Molly Brown. God, what was her nickname?
The Unsinkable Molly Brown.
Yeah, The Unsinkable. Okay.
The Unsinkable Molly Brown. There's a movie.
Pistol. She reminds me of you, Miss Lori. I could see you. I could see you being that. Well, because when I looked at first and started meeting you, I looked on your about page and all that, and I was like, she could be a Molly Brown. but I loved how she sit there and said, "Sonny, you better turn this lifeboat around. We're going to go rescue people," and all that. I mean, she wasn't afraid, you know.
Have you ever seen the movie about her?
No, ma'am.
Ah,
But
you might want to look that one up.
I will. You have my word.
The Unsinkable Molly Brown. What the heck? Who the heck was it that did that? I just looked up Gloria Stewart. She was Jimmy Stewart's wife.
And who was? Oh gosh, yeah, you got me thinking about.
I can't remember her name.
And just to confirm, you're trying to remember who did the movie, the
Unsinkable Molly Brown.
This is Molly.
I have her up on the real Molly Brown on.
You talking about the? Are you talking about the movie Unsinkable Molly Brown that was out in 1964?
1964. Yep, there she is.
Meredith Wilson.
Meredith Wilson.
I think it's. Oh no, wait, that's music composed. Debbie Reynolds.
Debbie Reynolds. I was trying to think of her name.
And do you know whose
daughter?
It's
Debbie Reynolds.
Daughter was whose mother? Oh no, wait. Do you know who Debbie Reynolds' daughter was?
Yeah, but I can't think of it.
You're close, Chewbacca. The way you made that.
Yes. What's her name?
Princess
Leia. Princess
Leia.
Princess Leia.
And Carrie Fisher.
Yes. Carrie Fisher.
Yes, ma'am. But what I was trying to think of is when you said married to Jimmy Stewart and all that, I was trying to think of Miracle on 34th Street.
Oh, that's
no, not Miracle.
It's a Wonderful Life.
It was A Wonderful Life. What was the Jimmy Stewart's portrayed wife's name?
Donna Reed.
I had a crush on her. God, she was beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, and I don't mean that in a weird way. I mean, she was beautiful. She was a great actress. She played in a lot of things, you know.
Oh, yeah.
But she just, she seemed very. She was amazing. I'll just put it that way.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, I remember when the Unsinkable. In fact, I think when I was a kid, I think I saw that in the movies. I think one of my cousin took
and of course,
my young cousin and myself to the movies, and I think that was one of the movies we went to see in the Milford Theater.
All right. How about Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? Who was the lead actor?
Oh,
Jerry Lewis.
No. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. No, that was
the colored version.
What the heck? Van Dyke, Dick Van Dyke.
Dick Van Dyke. Yes, I always get those two confused.
And you remember what I didn't understand is that back in the Dick Van Dyke show, the black and white versions, why didn't Dick Van Dyke? How come him and Mary Tyler Moore didn't?
Because you mean like why didn't they have why did they have twin beds?
Well, no. Why didn't they marry in real life?
Oh, yeah.
Because they were great dancers together. It's kind of like how I said earlier about
they had
Sally
chemistry.
Field.
Sally Field and Burt
You
Reynolds.
know that on the TV show The Waltons,
Yes.
Michael Learned and Ralph Waite were very, very much in love with each other off screen. And they had amazing chemistry, but they would never get together.
Now, okay, so make sure, is that the guy? Is that the Michael Landon? Is who you're saying?
No,
No, Michael
Ralph
Learned
Waite.
was the girl.
Michael
Michael
Learned
Learned.
was
Oh, that's
Olivia, the mother,
Yes,
Yeah.
and
but is the
Miss Michael Learned. Miss Michael Learned is how they always addressed her. Miss
Okay.
Michael Learned was Olivia, the mom, and Ralph Waite was the father. And then you had Richard, was it? No.
Richard Anderson.
Thomas?
No, I was trying to, you had Ellen Corby was grandma. And I just drew a blank on grandpa.
I'm thinking Little House on the Prairie. Why did I go there? Now I know
Because
what
they were both at the same time.
Right around the same time.
Yeah, but you're talking about Goodnight John Boy and all that.
Yeah. Richard Thomas was John Boy.
Yeah, oh yes.
But no, I was talking about the mother and father. Ralph Waite
Yes.
and Miss Michael Learned were very much in love with each other off screen. And they had amazing chemistry on screen.
Mm-hmm.
They were able to pull that off and have such chemistry on screen because they were so in love. But they never had an off-screen romance, even though they were so in love.
Wow.
Full cast and crew.
I'm sorry. Is it that time for another hot dog and go out trip time again? Well, you
Hold
did
on,
hold
Molly.
off for a while. Excuse me, ladies, but the queen of the house is demanding my letting her out.
This is the one that demands all
I'm-
my
I'm
attention
gonna-
when I'm on
I'm
live.
gonna say good night. I'm getting
Oh, okay.
tired. I'll
Well,
wait till
Good
he comes
night,
back.
Rebecca.
I'll wait till he
It's been
comes
nice
back.
talking to you.
Yeah, well, you're going to get to talk to us soon, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. But,
So-
I mean, we haven't ever actually gotten to speak.
No,
And so it's just been really nice. Will
definitely.
Gear.
I'm gonna head off to bed because 4:20 comes early.
Well, Miss
Yeah.
Oh my
Rebecca,
God.
thank you for being the first person on my live. Thank
Not a
you
problem.
for helping me.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And what I don't remember if I said it or not, but if you're going to be at 10 Killer, then don't ship my hat because save the money.
Okay.
Just bring it to 10 Killer because that, I mean, you know.
It's getting expensive, and it makes me wonder how much am I gonna be. Well, she's paid me already for the blanket. I wonder how much that shipping's going to cost for that
Rebecca,
That's
California King blanket.
how often do you ship?
Just whenever I have someone that has ordered, but because of me now, when people order hats from me, I'm charging. You know, they basically pay me. And that money that I say, $35 for the hat includes shipping for
You
the
mean
long,
when they
the long knitted
donate,
hat.
when they
The reason-
donate.
The reason I ask is because if you're shipping enough and you have a way to print, look into pirate ship. And
The problem that I had, it would not let me attach my PayPal. It wanted my checking account, and I'm on disability. I won't attach my banking account. I will
okay.
not. So that's why I don't do pirate ship.
There has to be a way around that. I would talk to.
I don't know.
I would
I
talk
don't
to
know why
Lisa.
it. I don't know why it was doing that. It was like crazy because I was clicking on PayPal.
I seriously would talk to Lisa about that. She does all of their shipping. Talk to Lisa about that. Ask her to help you set that up, because there has to be a way to figure that out. I'm like you. I wouldn't set mine up with my checking account. I'm also on disability, and there's no way I would do that. But
yeah,
seriously,
I wouldn't
there's
trust
gotta be-
PayPal anyway. I used to have an account through PayPal,
That's,
and I heard some horror stories about people getting screwed out of their money through PayPal because PayPal refused to pay them because they thought the people were making transactions that they didn't approve of or some stupid thing.
What I end up doing is you can go to an ATM because I use I have a card from PayPal, and I go to the ATM and I just withdraw that money off of there. I don't have it transferred to my bank account at all. Which definitely makes it nice.
By the way,
yes.
To answer the last question, who is Grandpa Walton? Will Gear.
Will Gear. Yeah, my husband sent me a message and said that, and I did I did say that, but I don't think anybody heard me.
Oh no, I didn't.
Yeah.
Oops. What am I doing?
I was going to say Richard Gere, and I knew that was wrong. And
no, I wonder if they're related, though. It's very possible.
Yeah.
In fact, now that I'm wondering.
Evelyn's saying for the business, which I might even look into that because I still do. I had a business that I kind of folded, but it's still on the internet. That I might be able to even do it under that business name.
Yeah, there's got to be a way to ship cheaper, and it might still be worth talking to Lisa about figuring out a way to ship through Pirate Ship. Without having to attach to your bank account.
Definitely.
I mean, it can't hurt to talk to her.
True.
Even if you end up not doing it or not having a way to do it. And I did talk to them because I know there's so many people that have said, well, I tried it, but it doesn't work. And post office won't let me do it. Well, the post office doesn't have any say in it, whether you use Pirate Ship or not. And so I talked to them about that tonight. And I asked them if they would make a tutorial type of video. And they said that they might do that. They might look at doing that to help other creators who ship a lot, like their product or whatever, to help make it easier for them to figure out Pirate Ship. So maybe.
Well, Chris, we'll talk, and I'm going to head to bed. My neck is starting to hurt.
Yes, ma'am.
So.
Thank you so much.
Right. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, Rebecca.
Evelyn, you're up next, or Heather. Come on. I'm waiting. Yeah, that was another good character. It was Grandpa Walton. He was Will Gear. He was amazing.
He was. Yeah. He was in so many good shows.
And I don't remember who played in the. It was Glenn Ford, and they were like, he was cutting down a tree. Glenn Ford was cutting down a tree, and old Grandpa went over there to look at the property where the old house was, and he found an old watch. And he was sitting there shaking it and was walking the back saying, "Son, son," or he was walking towards him. That's what it was. He was walking towards where Glenn Ford was cutting down the tree. Well, unfortunately, Glenn Ford saw that and he ran towards his father, and they both were trapped under the tree, but his grandfather passed away, and Glenn Ford was injured, and then eventually his son, they sent him off to college. He was like one of the first ones to go to college in that community. And I'll be darned if I can remember that name. Now I'm gonna have to look it up. The movie.
I have no idea. That doesn't sound familiar to me.
That
seen
sounds
a lot
really
of-
familiar.
It was like up in the mountains, and I did not know Glenn Ford was born in Canada. I did not know that.
A lot of actors were born in Canada and came down here to act. Moved to California. Everybody wanted to move to California.
Well, yeah.
My mother, when she was 16, went to California. She wanted to be a star.
I didn't want to, but my parents moved there, so I had no choice. I was only 8.
I always wanted to be a star.
You are a star in my eye. In my eye.
Oh, thanks.
Was it Glenn Ford? I thought it was.
Evelyn, you don't have to turn your camera on.
Yeah, you can do the icon or your channel icon if you've got that set up.
Yeah, just turn your camera setting off and leave the microphone setting on, and it'll put your channel icon on instead of.
Well, Evelyn, you know you're always welcome. Day or night, you're always welcome. Now I'm trying to find it. Now I can't find it on. So.
Molly, dadgum.
Ow.
This one doesn't know how to be still.
No kidding.
She's 9.5 and thinks that she's still 5 weeks old. She was 5 weeks old when we found her. No, you don't need to do that.
Faith already gave you a treat. No, it's not that movie.
No, you don't need to eat my necklace.
Now I'm going to have to
love
find
to
that
do
movie
that.
later because I cannot find it. Was it my? No. Was it My Side of the Mountain? No, it was not My Side.
So it wasn't Glenn Ford?
Well, I looked at all of his Glenn Ford movies, and I did nothing. Just jumped
Look
out.
under Will Gear.
Do I?
Look under
You
Will
said
Gear.
Will Gear was in it? Look up movies with Will Gear.
Well, I don't know if it's the same grandfather. No, I don't do what. I don't think it was him. He was born in Frankfort, Indiana. Wow, he was married from 1934 to 1954 to the same woman. You don't see that nowadays.
No, that's very true. Oh, yeah, Frankfort, Indiana. He died April 22nd, 1978.
Yeah, I remember him, Will Gear, playing in Jeremiah Johnson. I remember
Oh,
that.
yeah.
I loved
That's a
that. Was
good
one
movie.
part of the movie I absolutely loved was the Grizz.
Yep.
That was
He
a good
opened the
movie.
front door and here comes the bear. And he opened the back door and let him out. Oh,
Nope, it's not Will Gear. I mean, I see where he played, with Glenn Ford in a few movies, but what is the name of them?
that will be a project for tomorrow when you're wide awake and
Hey, yeah, you figure it out and we can taco about it on Tuesday.
Oh boy. Well, I'm gonna know after I close out the live and all that. I will probably stay up because I'm one of these things that when I start something, I'd like to finish it or get to find the answer because now it's in my mind.
Well, see, that's what I
tonight.
mean. Then we can find out tomorrow on our Taco About It Tuesday. Well, I guess it's actually tomorrow already, but we haven't slept yet. We haven't slept
Technically.
yet, so.
It's 3:15.
No, it's not. It's
Yeah.
only 1:15.
No, it's not. It's 3:15.
I'm telling you, it's only 1:15.
Don't be silly.
Miss Lori, if you need to get off here and go to bed, I completely understand, ma'am.
I should probably do that.
Not that you need beauty sleep. And
Not that she needs your permission.
Well, no, I'm not. No, I'm not saying that. I don't. Usually, I say, it's like, well, if you want to get off here, Miss Lori, to get beauty sleep, I don't want to be that. I don't want her to think that she needs. I love her.
Boss of me.
I'm just going to get quiet now. I can see. I'm digging a 6-foot hole here. Ooh, probably deeper.
Doesn't that sound like a bratty little 12-year-old or something?
No,
Boss of me.
you sound like the unsinkable Molly Brown. That's gonna be my nickname for you now.
She was a tough lady, I'm telling you. She
Oh,
didn't take any crap from anybody. I guess I can see a little bit of me in that.
If the shoe fits, Miss Lori.
Yep. We tend to switch around the first letters of words and stuff and play with them and so if the shoe fits,
Yes,
or
ma'am.
if the foo, whatever.
I don't believe it. She left.
Because you wouldn't let her bite on your necklace.
I'm telling you, that girl is a nuisance. I love her, but she's a nuisance. She cannot lay still. She's in constant motion when she's on my lap.
Yeah.
And in my face, and she drools. She
Oh
drools.
no,
constantly.
one of those.
Yes.
Oh, God. Oh, I've had cats like that too.
Well, anyway, with that movie that I think it was Glenn Ford and the father and the tree, when his the grandfather passed away, that was like an Old Yeller movie. I cried at Old Yeller. Yes, I did, and I cried.
I did too.
That. And I cannot watch The Wizard of Oz because the original Wizard of Oz, because of the tornado that's in there, that flashes me back to, believe it or not, living here in or where I live at. I almost said where I lived at. Where I'm currently living in, the city I'm living in now. They every time that they had a black cloud, they would hit the sirens, the tornado sirens. So,
Yeah.
No.
Chris has a soft spot for nuisance Carmen.
Do what?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Well, I'll tell you what, I when Logan and I first reconnected, he was still living in Missouri, and of course I was living up still here, and I had already been to Missouri and come back, and I had gone down in April of 2011, and it was that May of 2011 when the tornado hit Joplin.
Mm-hmm.
He was living in Nixa, and we had been on the phone that day, and we were talking. Oh no, we weren't on the phone, we were on the computer chatting, and he goes, I've got to go, I've got to turn everything off, the sirens just went off.
Oh,
And he had told me that the tornadoes were active that day. And I had been there in April, and they had been doing some tests, and then there was a threat while I was there. And we almost had to go to the closet. After experiencing that, after living here in Idaho, pretty much my entire life, never having gone through any natural disasters except earthquakes when we lived in California. That's the worst I'd ever been through. And then him saying, I've got to go, I've got to turn everything off. Seeing Joplin hit, and the path that Joplin took, where he lived, was right on the path of that Joplin tornado.
Wow.
And where it turned and headed south was at a town called Clever. His parents' house was just a matter of a couple of miles from Clever. If that tornado had not turned at Clever and gone south, it would have been right across his parents' house.
Wow.
And after experiencing that, there was a point in time where I had thought, well, maybe at some point in time, because I love the Ozarks. I think they're gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. I had actually entertained the idea of, could I possibly leave my beloved Idaho? And until Joplin hit and missed their home by mere miles, like less than 5 miles. Once that happened, I was like, I'll never live there. I could never live in the South where they have tornadoes. I can't do it. I can't.
Well, they had a tornado in California, the first one of the year, just recently.
That's something totally new, because when I lived there, all we ever had was earthquakes.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
I lived there from 79 to 85. And we had earthquakes. We went through drills for how to go through an earthquake when we were in school. In Idaho, you know what kind of drills we go through for how to prepare for natural disasters?
Under the desk?
We don't. There aren't natural disasters that we have to worry about. The worst that we have to worry about are wildfires.
That can be bad.
But they don't get close to where we live.
Yeah. Well,
And what we have the Forest Service, and we do controlled burns, and yeah, they can get bad, and we do have air quality issues when the fires are bad. But most of our smoke actually comes from other states.
Yeah.
And
California.
so we don't have the direct threats from natural disasters. You don't have the preparedness education in schools like you do in other states. We are incredibly safe right here. The worst we had was snowpocalypse back in 16 and 17.
We don't have natural disasters most of the time. The worst we get is blizzards, but you probably get those too.
Up in the mountains, up high in the mountains.
Well, when I was, what year was it? 1953 or 54. There was a tornado that went through, that landed in Spencer, Massachusetts, jumped over the Catholic Abbey, landed back down again in, I think, Leicester, plowed a path through Worcester, and from Worcester, it made a couple of other jumps, and it headed out Route 9 towards Boston. And along the way, it took a hop over to Westboro. And at that time, we lived on Westboro Road in the town that I lived in when I was little. And as the crow flies, it was less than 5 miles from us. And lightning hit a very tall pine tree in our backyard and split it almost down to the ground in half. And we were, there were three of us little kids. I was the youngest. My brother was 2 years older than me, and my sister was 2 years older than him. And we were standing around my mother was having a meltdown. She was terrified because the thunder and lightning was so bad. And when after it went by, we didn't know it was a tornado until later on when my parents found out, through the news on the radio.
Yeah.
We went outside after the storm happened, and my parents are walking around the yard assessing the damage, and my brother looked up into the pine tree that got split by lightning, and he said, "Who's that up there in the tree?" He saw an angel standing in the top of the pine tree.
Wow.
He was like 5. I was like, okay. I guess he must have been doing his job, because there was no damage to the house. There were broken limbs, I guess, all over the backyard, all over the whole area, and trees down, and our neighbors had some trees down in their yard. But we got no damage to the house at all. And it was just a little shack. I mean, it was my grandfather's old shack. It was basically, he built it himself.
How beautiful.
And it was very tiny. And it was one of the scariest things we had ever been through. We were ever went through from, as long as I can remember. Weirdest thing. And my brother used to talk about that every now and then. He'd say, "Remember when I saw the angel sitting in the tree, standing in the tree?" He said he looked like a Roman soldier. Because when he got older, he, saw pictures of Roman soldiers. He said he looked like a Roman soldier. He had a sword and a shield. I'm saying, that sounds like St. Michael. It's like, he was standing in the tree, in the top of the tree. And he swore up and down. He said, that was not a dream. I didn't make it up. It happened.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, wow. That was unbelievable.
Miracle.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, the one thing let me go back to normal. One thing I didn't mention, or I may have, I don't remember, Miss Karma, was, I think I did mention it, was that after my mother passed away in 1979, and I was in the military, there was 3 times. Yes, I actually did go to 3rd grade. There was 3 times that I was doing something, and in the Coast Guard or whatever in the military, that I shouldn't be alive. And for whatever reason, this was like right after my mother had passed away. So I felt the presence that my mother had saved me those 3 times. Short version, one time was we went out to a jetty. A jetty is where they've got the long, big boulders, and that's where the boats and the ships come in and to come into safe harbor. During that time, my friend, shipmate, and I, we were parked in the parking lot. We went out and was looking at the beach. The water went way the heck out. Well, I walked down there and I'm like, wow, I'm down here underwater, but there's no water. The next thing you know, there's people that are up on the shoreline. I couldn't hear them because of the roar of the water of the Pacific was breaking over the rocks. I look up, I see white water on the rocks, and I'm like, oh, this is going to hurt.
Oh, crap.
Yeah. Well, my shipmate was there with me, but he was behind me. Well, the water, unknowns to me, got me, and I look up and I see water over me, and I'm like, oh, great. The water took me and shoved me up on the shoreline, which I thought, until I saw the parking lot, I thought I was out in the Pacific. But my shipmate, who was behind me at a distance, he got pulled out into the water. So I got pushed up, he went out. That was one time I felt that presence of my mother. Another time was we were in the Coast Guard. You board fishing vessels, and we would board Russian fishing ships. We called them factory ships. Long story short, to board these different types of fishing vessels, commercial fishermen, there was the boats that were called double enders, and the bow that came to a point sort of like that was also the same on the stern. So they were called double enders. And trying to board one of those because you had to come up behind the fishing vessel because they had their nets or their cables and all that out. The safe way to do it, you couldn't come up beside them. You had to come up from a stern or from behind them to board. Well, the seas were kind of large that day, so we were, it was up or down, we were doing this. So finally we came to this point. I reached up and grabbed the double ender, and I've got my feet sprawled out holding the rubber boat that we were in. And all of a sudden Mother Nature says, watch this. And the fishing vessel went up, our Coast Guard boat went down. Guess who's in the middle sprawled out? Yours truly.
Oh no.
I hit the water. I looked up. I opened my eyes. I saw the propeller of the fishing boat in front of me. Behind me was the propeller of the outboard motor of our Coast Guard boat. Luckily, the guy operating the motor grabbed the motor, pulled it up so the motor came up out of the water so the prop didn't hit me. And before I even got to the back of the boat, all of a sudden, I felt like I could stand up straight, which I did. And there was a hand that came out, grabbed me, and pulled me back up. Well, back in those days, I was wearing the radio, the handheld little radio.
Mm-hmm.
The radio was dry. It didn't get wet. It still worked. It was dry. No water. So I felt like in those times, my mother protected me and saved my life.
Wow.
Because you know how the old adage says that, those in heaven watch over us.
Yeah, they do.
In my opinion, I'm living proof of that. So, yes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right, Miss Heather.
Good night, Heather.
Good night, Heather.
And thank you, Heather, so much. Hugs, Heather. But yeah, so everybody has got their stories of miracles. And if somebody doesn't know God, holler. I will do what I can to help and make sure you know who his presence is. Yes, I've been saved. Yes, I'm a Christian, but I also believe in I speak Hebrew. I speak Arabic. Poquito Espanol. But if I couldn't live in the United States of America, I'd go back and live in Israel to this day, because Israel, I loved it. I love it still. It has my heart. If you look at me on my Facebook page, you'll sit there and say, he's thinking of Israel again. But I think of music and places. I remember, it's, flashback or whatever you want to call it. That's how I relate things in life.
Yeah.
Well, Miss Lori, it's almost 4.25 hours after, or 5.25 hours. Sun's coming up for you pretty soon, young lady.
I don't know.
Or excuse me, the unsinkable Molly Brown. Forgive me. Because that's what that is my nickname for you now. But if I'm going to be on Taco Tuesday, I better get myself unwound and wind down and all that. Unless, well, that's right. Miss Evelyn said she is going to take a rain check, so I don't want to cut anybody off and all. But Miss Lori,
I just hope I'm not keeping my husband awake. He's got to be up for work.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, I hadn't seen a flying rolling pin yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the picture behind you, Miss Karma, it flashes me back. I saw when you first came on. I used to have my ex-girlfriend. I had found a sign at flea market or whatever, and it was made out of the fence, the small fence wood. And it said on there, "You'll be my honeybee, and I'll be your sunflower."
Oh. They're
And-
actually two different paintings.
Oh yeah.
Well, the way you are in position right now, I thought it was one actually, because you're blocking the break
Right.
in the canvas. Did you paint those?
I did.
Wow, you have a talent,
Well, thank you.
They
and
remind
you
me
have a talent
of
of helping
Van Gogh.
others, and a very good heart, and a very caring soul. Now, let me get my crystal ball out and tell you your future.
Good luck with that.
Oh, thanks for the support. I feel the love. Goodness gracious.
Don't you be telling my fortune.
Oh, trust me. You're going to be going down to the store one day, and somebody's going to double cross you, and you're going to pull out the Molly Brown.
It'd be all a bunch of hockey anyway, Lori.
Yeah.
I can see that umbrella coming out.
Absolutely.
Boom!
Oh, we love you, Chris.
Foresight.
Well, thank you. I mean, without friends, and without my support and love and unconditional love of my dog, I will get through life, one step at a time.
Absolutely.
One day at a time.
Well,
I used to sing that too.
I've said it in a couple of chats and a couple of interviews, and someday I'll tell the whole story. But for my personal side of the family, I am down to my daddy and my son. That's all I have left.
Oh,
And then I
wow.
have my husband and his nuclear family, his mom and stepdad and his two brothers and their families. And that's the sum total of my family. So when I created my channel a year ago, this coming on the 12th will be a year when I uploaded my very first video. And when I created my channel and I started meeting people, the people that I have met and formed friendships with, you all have become my family. And I can't tell you how much your friendship and your family means to me. To have the outlet, you know what it is to be disabled and to be shut in at times and not be able to get out and socialize. I used to work until I was 38 and became disabled. And I no longer had that social outlet. The people that I thought were friends suddenly didn't have a need for me because I couldn't meet their social needs. And that's tough. You can go through a grieving period. So my channel is more than just videos. I didn't mean to get all choked up. I'm tired. I'm really exhausted. My channel is so much more than just a bunch of videos. It's more than just interviews.
Yes.
My channel is a family. And it's my social outlet. So you guys mean the world to me. And I'm so glad to have you as a part of my family in my life.
Well, my door is always open.
Yep.
Likewise.
So
This group of friends on YouTube that I've come to know are some of the best people I have ever met in real life or on social media or whatever you want to call it. But they're extended family, and I think of them just like family. Of course, my friends have always been like family to me. It's just the way I was brought up. You know, if you had friends, you treated them like family, and that's the way I've always been.
Yeah. Thank you, Heather.
Mm,
Or Evelyn. I'm sorry, I looked at the name wrong.
Okay. It's all right. It's okay. Well, if Miss Karma, if you ever need to talk, or if you just no matter what time, I'm on your time. I will be there for you, as you have been there for me, and opened your doors to me without knowing me, and sharing the love that you give. So, like I say, if that's like Heather, or anybody else that I know that's in this group, you know, uh, yes, we may not have had the same mother and father, but in his eyes, we're brothers and sisters.
That's right. We've been adopted.
absolutely.
So,
Yeah.
And if anybody ever messes with Molly Brown that she can't handle, I better not find out about it. I'm not,
I
because
do
it's,
have a few protectors.
Well, as you know, hang on, let me dignify myself. I don't know, Miss Lori, if you can see my one and only tattoo, it's in Chinese, but it says the protector, because after 44 years of being in law enforcement, I was the protector, and I protected people I never knew, never met, and if I can protect them, I can do the same for y'all. So, and that's
Much appreciated.
that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
And that's the truth.
If somebody messes with somebody of my extended family, here's your sign.
Here's your sign.
I
I gotta go to sleep.
Hugs and love, Miss Lori.
yes.
And until the next time, I think the next time that we do a long night, I think Heather ought to be the one that does the live. I think it's her turn.
Yeah.
If you did
She
one,
needs to
I've
step
done
up.
one now. It's her turn to do it. And if we can sweet talk Miss Evelyn to when it's convenient for her, and she's not in, she's prepared for it, she can do a live as well to come into our fold, and she can do a live.
That sounds like a plan to me.
And Miss Karma, I don't need to give you an open invitation. You do one, and well, you're going to be doing one later today, and I better set an alarm before I forget, because I'll be sitting there going like, what was I supposed to do today? And then you'll be like, where's Chris?
Do I have your phone number?
I don't know. Hang on. Let me go to private chat.
You could email it to me.
It's still in
I'm
private
not
chat, I
scared.
think.
Because I could always call you about a half an hour ahead of time.
There you go. Check your private chat. It should be there.
Yeah, it's still in private chat.
Okay.
I mean, Heather's already got it, so, and Miss Evelyn's got it. So it's like, but yes, I mean, that's the hardest thing for me is, like you mentioned, Miss Karma, is that I went from being a police officer, working a shift, working with kids and at elementary schools, and doing all this, protecting people and everything else that goes involved, to being retired And I'm like thinking, woohoo, now I can do whatever I want and all this. Well, if somebody would have said, once you retire, you're going to move from Texas to Oklahoma and you're going to have to unbox everything. You're going to have to put everything up. Oh, by the way, you need to put shelf lining in your shelves. Oh, by the way, you're going to have to do this, that. Oh, by the way, this, that, and this, that, and you know, it's like Trey. I keep trying to tell my brother and my good friend, Trey, you know, I told him on the phone when he called me earlier last night, I say, Trey, do I need to come down there, sell my house up here, come down there, and you build a little, what do they call them? I can't think. Not a toy house, a tiny house, and I'll work for free, but I get one thing as far as payment. I get the owners. No, I get Bunny. Bunny becomes mine. Because I'm going to make a porch big enough for Bunny, for me and her to come up and cuddle, and I can just rub on her and love on her and do whatever Bunny wants to do, and she will never go to the butcher shop or whatever.
Processor.
Thank you so much.
I told him he needs to rename Crazy, because calling her crazy is going to keep her crazy.
Oh, you're talking about the cow number 9. You're talking about that one, the black and white cow.
Black and white crazy. Oh my God!
He's calling her crazy. Well, yeah, she's going to be crazy. He's giving her a complex.
I'll have to next time I talk to him or what, because I usually during the day I'll text him or something and saying how you doing and all that. And on other chats that Paul Case has been on or whatever, they're like, people will be asking, hey, anybody hear from Trey or whatever? First thing out of Paul Case's mouth is, Chris, how's Trey? It's like, well, he's at work right now. And, I feel like Trey's secretary,
That's because we know you talk to him all the time. If we not want to know how he's doing, he's not going to be around. If he's not around, we got to ask the next best guy to ask.
Well,
right.
It's like every month at different times, I call all of my cousins to check on my cousins, just to keep in touch with them and all that. And I call other people that I used to work with in law enforcement. Hey, how you doing? I've got a friend of mine that we have a lot of similarities and all this stuff. He's single, I'm single. I check on him. And then, Lord and behold, today, I mean, it was like everybody was calling me. And I'm like, sitting there going like, just one after the other, and I'm like, unexpected. It was nice that they called, but yeah. Oh, that's what thank you, Heather. You reminded me I had to set that alarm and I didn't do it.
Oh, whoops. Forgot to change tabs so I knew what was happening in chat.
Let's see. And it's at 3
o'clock my time. That's all I know.
Okay, and so you're in
all that matters to me.
So she's earlier than you.
So it's 2 o'clock. Look at me. I was going to say 2 o'clock Texas time. Rolling pin?
Yeah, it's at 2 o'clock, so you'll be there on time.
Okay, so 2 o'clock Oklahoma time. Well, I'm going to set the alarm for 1 o'clock so I can have my coffee, fix my makeup, fix my hair, and look all party.
Take care of Faith.
Oh, well, she's snoozing right now. On her.
She's waiting for Dad to go to sleep.
Well, I put a rug. It's like a runner, if you can picture that, or a long rectangular rug. I put a rug in here so that she could lay down on it, so instead of the hardwood or the wood floor. But anyhow, is it 4 p.m.? It's at 4 p.m., isn't it? No, but I usually have a 5. from the time I get up until I go to work. Once I punch in 2 before I go. Oh, you got that many alarms, and then see. Oh yeah, tomorrow. No, wait. Today is Wednesday. So that's right. Rule comes on. But anyway, being retired, going from working, what I was getting back on topic, going back from working and doing something and following a schedule and doing this to being retired, thinking that I'm going to do whatever I want now. It's like, do I want to go out and check the mail? Nah, I don't feel like it. I'll do it tomorrow. But with the cold temperatures up here, I'm not going out in 14 degrees to check the mail. It's not happening. Sorry, folks.
Today is Tuesday.
But we haven't slept yet, so it's tomorrow.
Well, yeah, I suppose if you want to go that way, but
All right, I'm waiting for Miss Lori to sing Tomorrow.
tomorrow,
I love you.
I'll love you tomorrow. It's only a day away.
Yep. And who sang it? Who's the original singer?
Oh God, what the heck was her name? Annie.
Eileen Quinn.
Who?
Annie. I was thinking of the little actress who played in Annie, Eileen Quinn.
Is that her name? There you go. Because I didn't know what her name was.
Yeah.
All I
Well-
knew was that Annie.
I'm sending you a hug, Miss Lori. You have a
Hugs.
great, wonderful night. Okay?
You too.
Pleasant dreams. Try not to think about Molly Brown.
No
Until
thinking. No.
tomorrow.
Wouldn't it be awful if you start to drift off to sleep and feel that sudden sinking feeling?
I don't need that.
No, not Molly Brown. Mm-mm. Molly Brown takes charge of everything.
Sorry. Couldn't resist.
No,
If I can stay awake long enough to say my prayers before I go to sleep, I'll be happy.
amen to that. Well, good night, Miss
Will
Lori.
you rest well?
Good night.
Know that
Thank
know
you
that I
so
love
much
you.
for bringing me up.
Know that I love you.
I love talking to you. You know that.
So,
All righty.
good night.
Good night.
Right.
Good night, Karma. Good night, Heather. Good night, everybody else.
I think
Sweet
we're the
let's
holdouts.
see,
Oh,
where's
and
the-
Evelyn.
Okay, that's the button. I found it.
Ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee. That's all, folks, for Miss Lori, and she's gone.
I had
Oh,
no intentions of staying on. I was just going to pop up and say, "Hey, how is everybody doing?" And then
oh,
I
no,
was gonna go to
I
bed.
drug you in. I held you. You could not resist.
That's right. You held me hostage.
Yeah, right. Okay.
No, this has been fun. But I am getting a really sore throat from all the talking I've done today.
Well,
And I got to
hopefully-
do a bunch more talking tomorrow. Today.
I will see you at 2:00 my time, 3 your time.
No, Chris. Not quite.
I will see you tomorrow. I will go onto your channel and pull it up and make sure I have the correct time right after this.
Did I send you the link yet?
I don't want to. I don't remember. You know why I became a cop? Is because if you ever get amnesia, you can look over here and there's a shoulder patch and goes police, and then over here on the front there's a little pin that says a name, and over here is the badge. I was pre-planning for amnesia. You know,
Oh my gosh, we're going to have a good time.
it'll be a
Good
hoot.
night, Evelyn.
Good night, Evelyn. Oh wait, you're not going to. I'm sorry. I didn't look at that. Let's see. No, I don't need to see the Juno anchors. I need subscriptions. Scroll over here. Scroll.
I had every intentions of trying to find one or two more people to come and join us tomorrow, and I got busy and I haven't sent the emails out. I did ask one or two people, but they're
Well,
busy.
let's see. You need to ask Miss Heather. You can ask Miss Evelyn because that's the only ones left in the chat besides
Well,
us.
Heather, I know works, and she can't do it during work. I know that.
Okay.
But Evelyn, if you would like to join us tomorrow,
Or
I don't know what you do at 3:00 Mountain, 5:00 Eastern.
I'm so confused now.
Yeah, it's it's 3:00 Mountain, 5:00 Eastern. We're just gonna have a hangout. It's Taco About It Tuesday. It's a new series I'm starting. I'll be going live on Tuesdays at 3 Mountain Time. And
Okay, so
just looking, and you don't even have to do it every single Tuesday. I just, 4 p.m. Central. Can't even talk now. What Heather said.
I'm changing my alarm then to 3.
So, we're just gonna. You don't have to stay the whole time. You don't have to be there every week. You want to just pop in for a few minutes, you can do that too. Just gonna hang out and basically do what we're doing here.
I have it set for 3 p.m. or 1500 military time. So I can be prepared.
Sounds good. Okay. That sounds
So
good.
I can be
Evelyn.
ready.
It'd be nice to have you join us.
Let's see.
I will try to remember in the morning to send out a couple of emails and ask one or two other people to come and join us.
Because I know you sent me the one that for my interview.
Yeah, but did I not send you the one for tacos?
Heaven's Fire. I'm working
I'll
on
do that.
You can do it tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put a reminder.
Let's see. Okay, so that's when I asked you about the correct time and all that on the original interview. There's that. Wonderful. That's when you responded. There's the StreamYard for the interview.
Okay.
And then that's when you did that. And there's that. No, I do not have a one. So yes, please send me one.
Okay.
Please and thank you.
You got it.
Okay. All right. And I'm not going to make it bigger, but if you can, do you see Evelyn's email?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Is it all right if I make it bigger, Evelyn?
It's on StreamYard, Evelyn.
Yeah, but all she needs is the link. And well, no, actually,
Yeah.
If she does it on her computer, then she may have to have. Okay. Oops, wrong one. Oop, I did do the right one. There you go. I made it a little bigger for you. So
Okay, let me see if I got this. Oh, it didn't save everything. Dadgum.
by gum, take a picture of her email, and then you can do it when you get some rest, and then and later on in the midday or whatever, you can send it to her or something. Either that, or did you email it to me already?
No, I did not.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, just why don't you email it to me, and then I can forward it to her.
Well, I just took a picture. I was trying to set a reminder in my phone and it didn't do it right.
Okay.
So, I just took a picture and I will remember that. Yeah, I will. Okay. This is going to be fun.
Oh yeah.
No, you don't have to.
Do what?
You shouldn't have to download StreamYard. All you need to do is click the link that you're sent, and it'll open up in your browser.
And ask you about the camera and all that, if I remember
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. Because I've gone on to other people's lives using my phone, and it worked just fine.
Yes, it does.
You can even do it on a tablet, I think, depending on what kind of tablet you have. So, yeah, this
I
is
tell
going
you
to be
what,
fun.
Miss Evelyn is, and I know she's still here in chat, but these two that are here remaining in chat are. I brag on Heather a lot, and I brag about Miss Evelyn a lot, but it's well deserved. They both, they do a lot.
Oh, Heather has been my cheerleader practically since I started my channel a year ago. And I was so excited when I found out she started her channel. And it took a little bit to do, but when I finally was able to get her up for her interview, we worked it around so that she was comfortable. And now I'm just amazed and I'm thrilled to see what she's accomplishing with her channel.
Yeah, she's inspired me to do videos, and she was the one that inspired me to come and suck it up and do the live that I did almost 5 hours ago.
And that is so surprising because of what it took to get her to come and do the interview with me.
Yeah, that was a big step for her. So kudos.
It is a huge step. And Heather, I am so incredibly proud of you.
Amen.
So incredibly proud. And that is the whole purpose of those interviews that I do, is to give back to the community and to see the channels that I interview, the creators, to see them lifted up and to see them excel and to grow and to see Heather grow the way that she has. And it's not even necessarily in numbers, but just in growth as a creator.
Yes. As a person too, I might add. Because,
I can't tell you how I'm just bursting inside with joy and with pride for you, Heather. And it's nothing that I've done. It's just knowing that I was able to help you overcome that initial fear of being in front of the camera.
And no, she didn't tell me to suck it up. That's just my phrase of saying that encouragement that she gave. I'll rephrase that. Is that better, Miss Heather? Because you did. You encouraged me and inspired me.
Incidentally, if you guys know of anybody else that would be a good candidate to be interviewed on my channel, let me know or send them my way. Have them shoot me an email. Evelyn? Okay, Evelyn, you've been nominated. I am booking into February already. So
I mean, it is up to her, and I'm not trying to put Miss Evelyn on the spot. I think the world of it, Miss Evelyn. I really do. She
Yeah.
inspires other people, just like you're inspiring other people, Miss Karma. And it's just, I just want to share the joy, the happiness that she has brought me to others. Is this me?
right.
Again, that's up to her if she wants to or not. I am not
Absolutely.
trying to force her
Absolutely.
or hold her down or anything else or get my lariat out and rope her. Yes, I do have a lariat because I'm a cowboy.
Awesome, Evelyn. I'd be happy to talk it over with you. I would be happy to talk to you about it. Yeah, but seriously, if there's other channels that you would like to send my way, just drop the name, and if their email is available to me, I will get in touch with them and let them know that you told me about them and thought that they'd be a good channel to bring up for an interview. And we'll see what we can do, because I don't plan on quitting with these interviews, and I will run out of people that I know at some point, and I will need my community to help me keep it rolling. So anyway, we're working on 4.5, or is it 5 now?
Coming up on almost 5 hours.
Yeah. And so my voice is not going to be worth a hoot tomorrow if I don't if I don't get off of here.
Sweet dreams. May sunflowers bloom. And may the good Lord keep you and protect you. And may you have a wonderful early morning.
All right. And when you ever make it to bed, you rest well. You and Faith.
Oh, I'll probably be up for at least another hour because I'm going to find out about that movie that I could not think of, because that'll bug me.
I figured as much, and that's why I said whenever you make it to bed.
All right. Well,
all right. I'll see you in about 12 hours. 12 and a half.
Yes, ma'am. I should have, like I said, I will do my best to look presentable.
All right. I'm going to try to have some tacos.
Yep. That reminds me, I got to go get tacos. I know I got a taco blanket or burrito blanket.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's the other video that I've got to make for Jesse and his wonderful wife.
Yes. Had dinner with them tonight, and it was a lot of fun.
He's a character.
Oh my gosh.
They're both characters, but he's more of a character. They bounce things off each other. They're great.
I probably shouldn't tell this story.
Uh-oh.
But I'm going to.
Hold your arm out. I'll twist it so you can say it's my fault. There you go.
Ow! Okay. Now there's only 4 of us here, so if it gets out, I'll know who to blame.
I know nothing. I'll take the 5th.
So they came through here a year ago, and we have in another city about 2.5 hours from here, there's a gas station, and they stopped there on their live last year, and they loved the place, and they toured it. They picked up souvenirs to do as giveaways during their drive home, and they loved it. And when we had dinner with them, they asked me that, and the name of the place is called Garden of Eden.
Oh, wow.
And it's been there for decades. It's been there. I mean, when I was a little girl, it was there. And so we're sitting there, and Jesse and his memory. So we're sitting there, and he's talking about this gas station, little convenience store, and he's all excited, and he's like, oh, hey, so how far away is it to that Adam and Eve, or what's the name of that place again? And the look on your face tells me you don't know what Adam and Eve is either.
Unless it's, well, I'm not going to say what I'm thinking it is, because there was other places that was
yeah. Mm-hmm.
That
and when he said that, Logan and I both, our eyes got about as big as dinner saucers, our dinner plates, and I bust a gut laughing. And Jesse and Lisa are looking at me so innocent, like, what? What? They didn't know what Adam and Eve was.
Oh,
and I could hardly contain myself. And I was like, it's not Adam and Eve. It's Garden of Eden. And they're like, well, what's so funny? A Garden of Eden. Okay, but what's so funny? And we're like, Adam and Eve is not, you don't know what it is. No. Okay.
Oh boy.
In the privacy of your own home, look it up.
Yes.
And then it dawned on Lisa what it was. And she goes, oh, unless it's one of those stores. Well, she said exactly what it was, no filter. And it was like, you got it. And she kind of snickered, and she's like, oh, okay, got it. And then finally Jesse caught on, and he just kind of grinned, and he was like, oh, I wondered why you were so tickled over there. It just was like, just rolled off his tongue, thinking of the Garden of Eden, but naming it Adam and Eve. And the two just go so well together. But they're so totally not the same.
Yep. That would have, oh my gosh. Oh.
And to be so innocent of what yeah. The innocence of it is what made it so funny.
That is going to be the inside joke between you and them.
Uh-huh.
Like every time from now on that you see them or something in person, you're like, have you been to Adam and Eve?
Just ask him, how was Adam and Eve?
They have online stores.
Yeah. Well, I told him, I said, well, if you really want to go to Adam and Eve, there's one right down the road in Nampa.
Oh, I'm not going to ask how you knew that.
Because you have to drive right past it.
Oh, okay. Did you stop?
I mean, there is no way around it if you're going down Garrity Boulevard. It's just right there in plain sight. And they have billboards for it. So,
Because I will tell you a story, and yes, I know the three of you that are here. I kept, I've seen the going down in the Metroplex, you'd Adam and Eve, the marquee signs or whatever on the storefront. And so I was like, what in the heck is that? And so one day I went in and I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah. Been there, done that.
So do I need to send Jesse over to you so that he can find out what the store's all about?
Only in person and in private. Because Lord have mercy.
Oh, Heather, and how would you know?
Oh, oh my gosh. Now see, I've never heard of that one. Goodness. I mean, the big one is, well, but it doesn't have the same clientele. You know, of course, you can get Valentine's get things, and they have stores, you know, and they're, you know, it starts with the Victorian,
Uh-huh.
you know,
That's no secret.
that's no secret. Huge, huge. Oh boy! In the last 5 minutes, what have we went to late night with Texas Raider? Evelyn is being real quiet on this. Oh boy! Nope, it's in Hermantown. We have a huge billboard and red. Yeah, I bet they've got red lights.
Oh, the conversations of a late night host.
Oh, and too bad Miss Lori's not here. I'm gonna have to ask Miss Lori one day. Do you know what Adam and Eve? Do you know Adam and Eve? And she's gonna say, "Well, yeah, I know Adam and Eve." I'm gonna say, "Really? Have you ever been to the store?" And oh my Lord, she'll probably disown me then.
Her ears will be red.
Oh yeah, you only live once. Oh yeah, well, that's right. James Bond only lived twice.
I probably shouldn't have told that story on them, but it was so funny.
Oh, I can imagine.
The restaurant was already pretty well shut down, and I bust out laughing so hard. And poor Logan was sitting there in the corner, and he just turned beet red. It was so funny. It was funny.
Well, all right, I'm gonna close out with this.
All right.
And it's going to be that my first and one of my I've been to very few, but one of my first concerts was an album. This is back in the late 70s, and it was called by Foreigner, a group called Foreigner, and they had their album Double Vision that just came out. A small group, no name band by the name of Cheap Trick were the openers for them.
Heard of them.
So here at the Fort Worth Coliseum, where they were having their venue at, I was there with my best friend and and everything, Scott Cruz, and good night, Miss Heather. Lord have mercy. There was all this smoke and all this funky, stinky, and smelling stuff of smoke around me, and we were up on the stand or seats, and down below, right towards the bottom of the seating or the area, there was these people that were they had this big white thing that was, real big. And the next thing you know, they're turning around and somebody had a lighter and they're lighting it and the smoke was coming from it and all that. And so I leaned over and I said, Scott, what the heck are they smoking? That doesn't look like a cigarette and it stinks. He goes, you don't know what that is? I said, no. What is it? He says, it's marijuana. And I said, well, there's a Fort Worth cop right there. Why didn't he arrest him? Because it smells. Yeah, I know how the adolescent bit goes. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because his parents picked me up and they took us there. So, we weren't at age of driving at the time. I think we were 15. So, but yes, I can understand how Jesse was like, well, it's Adam and Eve. I mean, I can understand, being in his shoes for that and not knowing what that really was. So, anyway, I want you ladies to have a wonderful night, sweet dreams, and may the good Lord keep you healthy, blessed, and don't forget, He's the man, and I love each and
Yeah.
every one of y'all. And if I can ever do anything, don't hesitate to call me. Anyway,
Love you too, Chris. And the same right back at you. If we can help you at all, let us know.
yes, ma'am. Y'all have a blessed night. Sweet dreams. And Faith is already asleep, so she would say, bark, bark, good night.
All right.
Stay blessed.
All right. You
Good night,
too.
everyone.
All right. Bye.